taste of.
What's up, guys? I'm running a tad bit late. Just give me a second. Give me a second. All right, I can't check this because I'm late. We're late like a mug. CPT time. CPT. La, 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 la. Who the heck is Janet yelling? All right, enough of this. Enough of this music. Enough of this music. Let's get it out of here. Get the Springtime Family Band out of here. Boom. Ah, hold on. Stop it. Hold on, guys. Okay. My power button's not working on my phone. What the heck? Why can't I turn my phone off? Okay, now it worked. All right. Camera, roll it in. We slacking today. What's up, boys? Look how sunburnt I am. I'm redder than a mug. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. We're redder than a mug. Sunburnt. I just got off work, pulling weeds all day. Walked in, took a shower. You know, couldn't even get the dreads wet in the shower. Had to put the bag on the head. So I might have some like leaves and stuff from working today in my hair. We were in a rush. I was almost late. We can't be running late. What the? We white. Guys, I got a laid back show today. I'm be honest, I kind of slacked yesterday on putting a big show together and all the good stuff. Went fishing. Hadn't drank all week. And then I drank Saturday and Sunday. Drank a few too many beers on Sunday. Came inside and went to bed at like 8 o'clock. Woke up at 6 a.m. this morning. It was like, oh crap, I put a lot together yesterday. But I had a clip I had to put together. I didn't do the drawing. I didn't do the opening drawing scene. That was the same one as last week. So we're slacking today, and I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm hot. I'm sunburnt. I think I got sunstroke. I'm probably a little loopy right now. You read that? Easter is always Sunday, bruh. Yep. Did I leave a comment asking about Easter always landing on Sunday? Dean, I'm not gonna read a novel in the comment time, bruh. See second best out of the mouth of JS. Yep. Easter does always land on Sunday. Yep. Lean back. Okay. But I do have a show today. We do got a little show to put together. We're gonna wing it a little bit for time purposes, or maybe it'll just be a shorter show because I'm tired. Maybe we'll just go like 3 hours today. We're gonna start off talking about this kind of old news. This is actually from last week, but I didn't address it at all last week. The Biden HBCU speech, the threat of evil white supremacy all over the nation. Then we're going to move on to the Elon Musk interview on CNBC this week. Was pretty good interview, and it's going to tie into what the theme of the show is today. We're going to be talking about not just the three-letter agencies. We talked about the FBI and the CIA and the NSA and the three-letter agencies before. We're going to talk about them again today when we get into all the whistleblower stuff that's happening. the J6 connections, how they've been targeting conservatives, Catholics, and parents. Um, Three-letter agencies, these crooked three-letter agencies, why they must be dismantled and rebuilt from the bottom up. And then we'll take that into, it's not just the three-letter agencies, guys. We're going to talk about the elites. We're going to talk about the elites. We're going to touch on this debt ceiling stuff that's going on. Real slow news week. Not a lot going on in the news. Nothing crazy interesting going on in the news. So the debt ceiling, boring debt ceiling, fake imaginary currency information. We'll look into that. But then we'll do memes, we'll do reels, we'll do rapid fire, all that good stuff. We got weird cess stuff. I need a stinger. I need a stinger. Crowder's got stingers. Fleck has got stingers. Slightly offensive got stingers. I need a weird cess stuff stinger. So I hit it and it goes, weird cess stuff. And then we talk about the weird cess stuff. We got some weird cess stuff news. Great Sports Illustrated cover model. And DeSantis bill to stop the nastiness. We'll talk about that stuff. And then in the last segment, we're going to talk about the elites. We're going to run through the names PBD was talking about on the show. I got the clip. We got a good long clip from PBD with this lady. I don't know what her name is, but she was talking about all the elites. And we're going to do some live research. We're going to go through the names. I don't know if I should drop all these names this early in the show. We'll do it. The Clintons, the Bushes, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Sacklers, the Obamas, the big tech rulers, the Bezos, the Zuckerbergs, the Elon Musks, the big pharma. I already said Sacklers. We'll talk about the Pritzkers. We'll talk about Soros and Schwab. We'll talk about all those people by name. We're going to look into them. The PSYOPs, the Cash Patels, the Jonathan Pollards, the Dharmas, the Noveras, the Modernas, the Pfizers. Make sure Jared and Trump is on the elite list. Trump is in here. Trump is on the list. Question mark on Trump. He is one of the elites. Now, being the elites isn't necessarily a bad thing, because the only one who's going to go to war with the evil elites would be the good elites, or the people. The people have to rise up. But the people got to have a king. Right? We got to have somebody with money on our side. So Elon's on the list. Elon might not be a bad guy. We don't know yet. Trump's on the list. He might not be a bad guy. We don't know yet. I don't think he is. But we're going to go down the list. Boys. You know what's crazy is the Pritzkers, the Sacklers. A lot of these people have something in common. I'm sure Freddie already knows what they got in common. We're not going to talk about that too much. I don't think their religion should. I don't know. But we'll try to stay away from all that mess, all that whore clump juice. But anyway, let's get in the show. Let's watch this Tyson James Bryson Gray gun-toting Bible thumper video. This song is lit. Let's listen to this. Get set off. We're going to have a relaxed kickback show tonight. Let's go. Just remind you of stunting like my daddy. I'm the young stunner. Stunting like my daddy. Fume, mama, Yamaha chrome that 1100. What we doing? Getting money. What they doing? Hating on us. It kind of reminds me of that when Bryson comes in at the end of the hook. The Clownchi merch. Got to kick you up the Clownchi merch from Tyson James Music. All right. Let's go. Let's get the show on the road. So, first things first, we just got to do a Biden. We know we've been talking about Trump and DeSantis a lot, and we'll probably still do that a little bit today. But we got to keep our eye on Biden. We got to do a Biden watch. So what's Biden been up to? Well, about a week ago, from TMZ, of all places, great source. I got great media here. President Biden cringe HBCU comment during Howard commencement. I don't know who that is, but she thick. President Biden's heart might be in the right place. Rarely is it, but his mouth is often somewhere else. Yeah, like in China, which is seen Saturday. This while addressing Howard University graduates. So Biden went to Howard University, which is a historically black college university, and Biden ain't done nothing for the HBCUs. You know who did a lot for HBCUs? The boy Trump. Trump. I got it pulled up right here. Comparing Trump, Biden, and their support for HBCUs. I don't got to read all this article because we already know. Trump's been done signing bills giving HBCUs money. Trump gave HBCUs something like $10 million a year for 10 years, renewing. I heard it was even more than that. I heard it was like 200 million from these one guys on the internet. But I don't know if that's true. I thought it was 10 million a year for 10 years, which Obama never did that. They said, Trump, we got to come back and ask every year for more money. For all the presidents, Obama, the first black president, the HBCUs had to go every year and say, "Oh, please, please, Master Obama, can we have money? Please, Master Obama, give us money." Unka, unka. And Obama said, "All right, I'll give you a little bit. I'll give you some scrums. I'll give you some scrumples. Some I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'll give you some crumbs, some crumbles, and you can come back next year and ask me for some more." But then Trump came in, and Trump said, "What's up, HBCUs? I got your back because education of the young black men is important. It's important. You know, we got to take care of them, apparently." And so Trump said, "I'm going to hook you up with a fat stack, reoccurring every year, even after I'm out of office." And you know what they did? They turned on him, just like DeSantis, just like everybody always turning on Trump. Trump backs up your career. Trump gets you out of jail. Trump does all the good stuff. And it's nice to see Brittany Griner saying that we should kneel for the pledge after Biden got her out of prison because she don't care either. These people don't care. These people don't care if you help them out. Trump helped them out. Trump was giving the HBCUs all the money. You know how many rappers' careers Trump funded them getting started and then popping off? That's why they always put him in the rap songs. He said, "Just give me a shout out. I'm going to give you a tremendous amount of money because I sense the talent. The talent is incredible. You're going to be one of the greatest talents, Drake. You're going to be one of the greatest talents, Ice Cube, Snoop, D-O-double-G, Dr. Dre. You're going to be a great talent. I already see it. I'm going to give you a little money, help you out. Just make sure you shout me out, Lil Wayne. Make sure you shout me out, Yo Gotti. Make sure you shout me out, Yachty. Make sure you shout me out, ASAP Rock. All these people. I'll get you out of jail. I'll pardon you. Just make sure you shout me out in the song." And they did. You know, Trump was that guy. And Biden didn't do anything for the HBCUs. So let's check out what Biden had to say at the HBCUs. It was a black HBCU. Because he doesn't know what the B in HBCU stands for. Redundancy. Let's watch this clip. So he got an honorary doctorate from a historically black college. Oops. Oh, sorry, guys. So Biden is currently a doctor. A doctorate. He's a PhD holder. He was just picking his nose. Hold on, let me just roll this back real quick to be straight up for real. President Joe Biden is a PhD holder now. And you expect me to spend how much money to go to college to get a doctorate degree? Joe Biden got one for free from a black college. He's a black doctor now. Did you guys know that? What the?
Prime Minister, I didn't know you were so talented.
Listen to this.
I just thought you were a foreign policy, Latin American guy.
I just thought you were some foreign policy Latin American guy. I didn't know you actually did something. He might as well just said Mexican. I just thought you were some old Latin American guy. I didn't know you actually worked around here. What the? All he needs is the hood.
We got to talk.
Oh my gosh, it's so close. It's so close to that three-letter agency. That three-letter agency started by the Democrats. Pre-FBI, pre-CIA, the Democrats had the KKK. And Joe Biden would have been on that boat. Joe Biden would have had that hood up, taking doctorates from the black colleges. He don't want to see his kids growing up in a jungle. He doesn't want to see his kids growing up in a jungle, in a racial jungle. These cockroaches. Those are his words, not mine, YouTube.
Might say Vice President of the United States of America.
Poor people are as smart as black people. What did he say? poor people are what did he say? Poor people are as smart as white people, like implying all black people are poor people. Que? Yeah, yes, the que. He looks like one.
Say that again. Kamala sends her love.
Kamala's
she sent
drunk.
a clear message that today I have the privilege, she points out.
She sent a message talking about coconuts, and tomorrow is yesterday, and yesterday is tomorrow, and today is tomorrow, and today was today yesterday, and yesterday is tomorrow today. Kamala's drunker than a mug right now.
Speaking at the real HU. 2009, while waiting for Barack, I was both living history at the same time.
Dead history.
I was reliving it.
Oh.
A vivid demonstration when it comes to race in America.
Hola, be wise.
Hope
Donald
doesn't
McRonald.
travel alone. It's shadowed by fear, by violence,
Yo.
and by
Trump, shout me out. Trump, shout me out. All I want is MAGA, so Trump, shout me out.
hate. But after the election and the re-election of the first black American president,
if you don't vote for me,
hope
you ain't black.
that the fear, violence, and hate
Uh-oh, here we go.
was significantly losing ground.
What?
White supremacy, as I did my inaugural address, to single out
What
as
is
the most dangerous terrorist threat to our homeland is
white supremacy is the most dangerous threat to our homeland. Did you guys know that? I know Freddie's cheering. He's clapping right now.
white supremacy.
I like Donald McRonald. Oh, fix your mic.
I'm not
That's a HBCU mic. They got Obama mic.
saying this because I'm at a black HBCU.
I'm not saying this because I'm at a black
say it wherever
HBCU. As if there were a white HBCU. It's the B in HBCU stands for black, Joe. You don't have to reiterate that it's a black, historically black college.
I go. To stand up for truth over lies, lies
He's so
sold for
passionate.
power and profit.
Yo, that's how you could tell he's on drugs, because it's like a roller coaster when he slows down and he kind of starts guarding his speech a little bit. And then all of a sudden he gets really passionate and amped up. Lies.
To confront the ongoing assault to subvert our elections, suppress our right to vote. That assault came just.
Did he say R? Because isn't the whole voter ID thing supposed to be racist because black people don't know how to get IDs? That's what the Democrat, that's not my words, YouTube. That's what the Democrats said. Black people are too dumb to get IDs, so it's racist to have voter ID laws. That's what the Democrats said. I didn't say that. That's not my opinion. I think that's dumb. I think, of course, black people can get ID. Why wouldn't they be able to get IDs? They're going to need an ID for their reparations. So I'm sure they can get IDs. So I think that's Democrats being racist as usual. But didn't he just said we, us, like, yo, he's honorary black today. When he was at that college, not only is he honorary PhD, not only is he an honorary president, but he's honorary black today. He said us. He said we, talking about the IDs.
Suppress our right to vote.
Our right to vote.
That assault came just as you cast your first ballots.
Who's R, Joe?
20 and 22.
Joe's the first black president. What the? Nah, Clinton is. Nah, Lincoln was. If we're saying half counts, like with Obama, then Lincoln was the first black president.
Record turnouts. You delivered historic progress. I made it clear that Americans of all backgrounds, have an obligation to call out political violence.
An obligation.
That has been unleashed and emboldened. As was mentioned already, bomb threats to this very university.
Oh, Lord. Bomb threats.
HBCUs across the country.
And HBCUs.
To put democracy on the ballot.
Democracy? Putting democracy on the ballot? Yo, we never had democracy. You would have to put democracy on the ballot so we could vote to make this country a democracy. But anyway, so yeah, Biden's crazy. Biden watch. I need a stinger for Biden watch. Biden watch. Da-na-na. Let him play with your leg hair, Joe. They like to pull down, the cockroaches. They like to swim around me in the pool, and sometimes they push my leg hairs down and just watch them come back up. And old Corn Pop, he was a bad dude. He ran with a bunch of bad boys. A bunch of hard, pipe swinging, sexual chocolate. You think Biden is sexual chocolate? Oh, Lord. All right. Let's move on. That's all I got about that. That happened like more than a week ago, so that's old news. I just thought it was funny. So then there's this Elon interview. Oh, yeah, and I just wanted to compare Trump with what Trump did to HBCUs. I already talked about it, so we'll move on from that and close out some of these articles. We're going to be moving fast through stuff today because I'm exhausted. Shout out Corn Pop. Shout out Corn Pop. That's what's up. That's what's up. He ran with a bunch of bad guys. All right. We got 8 people watching, but only 6 likes. 9 people watch. Somebody's slacking. Somebody's slacking on that like button. Maybe you hit the dislike button and I just can't see it because YouTube doesn't show the dislikes. So if you want to be seen, if you want your voice to be heard, if you want your vote to be counted, you have to vote yes. You have to hit the thumbs up. All right. So Elon Musk went on CNBC, had a little interview. Elon Musk talks Tesla, Twitter, and why he tweets freely, even if it costs him money. This is the article from CNBC about the interview. And Tesla CEO Elon Musk sat down for a sprawling interview with CNBC anchor David Faber on Tuesday following Tesla's 2023 annual shareholder meeting in Austin, Texas. The full interview is available to pro subscribers here. So you got to pay for the full thing. You can watch a couple clips. I found some clips with the parts that I'm surprised. It's actually Fox sharing the clips from CNBC because they probably don't want this part of the interview to be heard too much. But I got some clips. How he has managed a takeover of Twitter so far and what lies ahead. Among other things, he said Twitter's community notes feature has cost Twitter $40 million in business when 2 big clients reduced spending after their ads received community notes accusing them of false advertising. He also claimed that when the acquisition closed, Twitter had negative $3 billion in annual cash flow and $1 billion in the bank. The analogy I was using was like being teleported into a plane that's in a nosedive, heading to the ground with the engines on fire and controls don't work. Yeah, Twitter was a billionaire's toy. Twitter was like Elon's version of a jet ski, basically. If you have $100-something billion and you're like an autistic nerd, you're not trying to go skydiving. You know, he's probably got a private jet, but he's not going out. I don't know. You think Elon is a partier? You think Elon Musk is flying out to Brazil or Dubai for like parties with strippers and hookers and stuff? I don't think so. Maybe he's a fun guy. Maybe he does party a little bit. Maybe he gets down. But for the most part, I think the way he has fun is just dropping a couple billion on Twitter. Like, let's see what I can do. Let's just stir up some commotion because this is going to be funny. I want to be the most epic troller in all of history. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna drop a couple billy on the Twitter. I hope he buys YouTube next. But yeah, so I got a clip from the interview. Let's watch this clip. Stinger time. Clip. All right, let's watch this clip.
Some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy theories.
Conspiracy theorists?
Well,
oh, you mean the term made up by the CIA to what's the word I'm looking for? Discredit truth tellers? Those conspiracy theorists? Oh, you mean the ones who said that the FBI set up January 6th and now there's whistleblowers talking about that? And then the Democrats want to discredit the whistleblower by saying, well, he was connected to January 6th. He was talking about how y'all set up January 6th. Duh. How are you going to discredit him for talking about January 6th when he's literally talking about January 6th? What, duh? Those conspiracy theorists are the conspiracy theorists that we're talking about the Hunter Biden laptop and getting banned on Facebook. Those conspiracy theorists, the conspiracy theorists that we're talking about the Vaseline was going to have some negative effects and that it wasn't a good idea. Maybe you shouldn't take it. And then people started dropping dead everywhere. Those conspiracy theorists. Oh, those conspiracy theorists. The conspiracy theorists that said JFK wasn't assassinated by a dang old lone shooter in the book depository. Those conspiracy theorists. And now the CIA has declassified all that. What you talking about? Oh, the conspiracy theorists that said dinosaurs built the pyramids? I rest my case. Let's proceed.
Yes, but I mean, honestly, you know, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
News power
Which ones?
of the people campaign.
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know.
He put a chip in his brain to keep his dig up, so it's pretty clear Elon be partying. He got the neural link. We call that one the Neurodink.
That was a pretty big deal. There was Twitter and others engaged in active suppression of information that was.
He mentioned the
relevant
laptop. I like this.
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, why'd I hit stop? Why'd I hit stop? That was an accident. I meant hit pause. When he goes, yeah. Like, got you, buddy. Got you, bitch. All right, hold up.
Some tweets that seem to be.
I like when he
conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
Which ones?
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
I know,
Yeah.
Freddie.
So,
I know. That's why I said it.
You know, that was a pretty big deal. There was Twitter and others engaged in active suppression of information that was relevant to the public.
He didn't say was relevant to the election. It would have probably swung the election. Is that considered the F word? Is that considered shenanigans? I think so.
That's a terrible thing that happened. That's election interference.
But how do you make a choice? You don't see, I mean, in terms of when you're going to engage. I mean, for example, even today, Elon, you tweeted this thing about George Soros.
Like I said, I was slacking on the editing and everything, guys. So we got long form clips today. We're kind of just going to chill, watch these clips. This is a 4-minute clip. I think the one with from PBD when we talk about the elites is like an 8 or 9 minute clip. So
Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But I mean, you know what you wrote. But you basically.
It reminds me of Magneto. This is like, you know, calm down, people. This is
also news power of the people campaign. What's good? Welcome. I read your comment, but I didn't say hi. Hi. How are you? Make sure you hit the like button. Thank you for stopping by. It's Monday night. This is the Dreaded Conservative show here on JS Urban Adventures. I don't always talk about politics. Sometimes we talk about fishing, camping, all the good stuff. But on Monday nights, it's news, politics, current events, conspiracies, religion, theology, philosophy, debate, all the crazy stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. That's what we talk about on Monday.
like made a federal case out of it.
You also you said he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like, when you do something like that, do you
Yeah, I think that's true. That's my opinion.
Okay, but why share it?
So this ties into what we're going to be talking about later, because he says Soros is trying to destroy humanity. And the guy's like, well, why share it? And he's like, well, don't you think it's important? Don't you think that if a guy who is one of the richest people on earth, he's one of the elites, Elon is one of the elites, he owns Twitter, he builds rockets that fly into space, he makes electric cars, which are going to be the forefront in innovation and, you know, a huge deal, especially with all the climate. Supposedly the elites are big on the whole climate stuff, the World Economic Forum, so on and so forth. What's the emission taxes things they're trying to do? Your social credit score is going to be related to your carbon thing and your ESG score. Was it ESG score? Energy, social. You guys know what I'm talking about. But you think Elon doesn't know what he's talking about? Elon knows what he's talking about. So if Elon comes out and says, yo, these people talking about George Soros, they're kind of on to something, because this George Soros guy, he's kind of a mess. 20% of America's population is ruled over or judged by Soros-backed DAs. 20% of Americans have Soros-backed DAs in their areas. So this Soros guy, maybe he's not such a good guy. Maybe it's not a conspiracy theory, it's that he's a bad guy if Elon's tweeting about it. Why would you say that?
Especially, I mean,
why share it? Because it's important.
When people who buy Teslas may not agree with you.
Who cares?
Advertisers on Twitter may not agree with you. Why not just say, hey, I think this. You can tell me. We can talk about it over there. You can tell your friends. But why share it widely?
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I want.
You absolutely are. But I'm trying to understand why you do, because you have to know it's got It puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism. I mean, do you like that?
I don't really care about
people
the
today
laptop.
saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite, if anything.
I believe that
I'm a
probably is the case.
pro-Semite.
But
Okay, so he's saying since George Soros is Jewish, which we're gonna find that so are the Sacklers, so are the Pritzkers. I'm not sure about the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, but we'll look into that. But the Sacklers, the Pritzkers, Soros, all Jewish. So he's saying that Elon is anti-Semitic for calling out one of the evil, wicked elites who are trying to destroy the world, who happens to also be Jewish. You know, it doesn't mean you hate the Jews just because you call somebody out and they happen to be Jewish, right? So, and also, George Soros, I'm pretty sure George Soros worked with the Nazis. I didn't get the clip, but Crowder showed it earlier this week. George Soros freaking was working with the Nazis to snitch on his Jewish neighbors. And then they asked him how he felt about that. They said, dang, Soros, you must have been, or is that Schwab? Am I getting Soros and Schwab confused? I don't think I am. I think I'm right. I think George Soros, they asked him, they said, it must have been horrifying. How do you feel? Was it traumatizing that you had to snitch on your Jewish neighbors and turn them into the Nazis? And Soros said, nah, it wasn't a big deal. Straight up. If somebody could find that clip or find a timestamp on Crowder or something and send it to me, I would play it. But I didn't get it ready for the show. But he basically said, it wasn't a big deal that I had to turn in my fellow Jewish brothers and sisters to the Nazis.
introduce the idea then that would be the case.
Because it's true.
We don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no. I don't want to at all. But what I'm trying, even came up though in the annual meeting. I mean, do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino?
A one-man debate? Yeah, you got bodied when you tried to debate. You didn't come ready. So what are you talking about?
Will come and say, you got to stop, man. Or, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
I left the full pause in here. I could have edited this pause out, and I'm pausing now to make the pause longer. Pause. But he pauses for a real long time here, and I think it's important. And then Hake was saying that he starts talking about the Princess Bride. Let's watch. That's Christian. Every Christian family who saw the Christian Bride.
I'm reminded of
Princess Bride.
The scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
It was made in the year I was born.
He confronts the person who killed his father. And he says,
I don't think I've seen it.
Offer me money. Offer me power.
Okay.
I don't care.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Based.
Okay. But I mean, when you link to somebody who's talking about the guy who killed children in a mall in Allen, Texas.
Here we go.
You say something like it might be a bad psyop. I'm not quite sure what you meant, but.
Oh, in that particular case, there was somehow that's not that that obviously people were killed, but it was, I think, incorrectly ascribed to be a white supremacist action. And the evidence for that was some obscure Russian website that no one's ever heard of, that had no followers. And the company...
It's funny how, they want to ban Russian media from Americans and from Twitter and Facebook. A lot of I've played clips from a Russian media source on the show before, and my whole show has been taken down. And then I have to go in and I have to delete that chunk of the show and re-upload it. It's funny how they don't want Russian propaganda news, quote unquote, whether it is real or whether it is propaganda. They don't want Russian news Americans to see that on our social media. Okay. They don't want Americans to know what's really going on in Russia, right? But when Russian propaganda comes out and says that a Mexican shooter is a white supremacist, all of a sudden the media latches onto it and starts spreading the story. They hate Russian propaganda and Russian news until it serves their purpose to fit their narrative. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that convenient?
That found this is Bellingcat.
Right.
And do you know what Bellingcat does? PSYOPs.
Right. I couldn't really even follow exactly what it was.
So I got that pulled up right here. I was trying to find it earlier. Bellingcat, English, Russian, French, Spanish. Bellingcat is a Netherlands-based investigative journalism group that specializes in fact-checking and open-source intelligence. It was founded by British citizen journalist and former blogger Elliot Higgins, and Bellingcat publishes the finding of both professional and citizen journalists, investigations of war zones, human rights abuses, and criminal underworld. Cites contributors also public guides to their techniques as well as case studies. I mean, it's not going to come out and say that it's about PSYOPs, but look, they're talking about Malaysia Airlines flight, the Russian-Ukraine war, the Syrian civil war, the Yemen civil war, the Christchurch mosque shootings. Bellingcat published what Columbia's journalism referred to as a comprehensive and contextualized report on the motives and movements of the Christchurch killer. In an online posting, Tarrant repeats a variety of white genocide talking points and says his murder and several dozen Muslims is because they are invaders, outbreeding the white race. And that one guy was a copycat of the Christchurch poisoning. So basically, QAnon, and they talk about conspiracy theories. They report on conspiracy theories. So that's what he's saying, is it's a group that focuses on PSYOPs.
You were trying to express there, so that's in part why I was curious.
I'm saying that I thought the ascribing it to white supremacy was bullshit.
Okay.
Facts.
And
good job, Elon.
And that the information for
Elon
came from an obscure Russian website and was somehow magically found by Bellingcat, which is a company that does PSYOPs.
And there's no proof, by the way, that he was not.
There's no. I would say that there's no proof that he is.
And that's a debate you want to get into on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yes. Because we should not be ascribing things to white supremacy if it's false.
Facts.
Some tweets that seem...
Let's go, Elon. So Elon being based, one of the elites being based, we got to be fair here. If we're talking about the elites on this episode, we're going to talk about Elon. We're going to talk about Trump. But just because you're elite, that doesn't automatically imply negative connotations. You can be an elite and still be decent. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. And I don't know if either of them are good Christians, I don't think these are men of God. It's harder for a rich man to pass through harder for a rich man to get into the kingdom than it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, my boy. So that darn six-fingered man, Elon is based. Watch it, Josh. What'd I say? He's pro-elite. What'd I say? Let's go down to Sand Claus confusion. What are y'all talking about? QAnon nonsense. Hey, listen, QAnon was based in the beginning, and then they started getting a lot of crazies infiltrating the movement. And but the where we go one, we go all. That's a cool catchphrase. That's just a cool WWG. Where we go one. Whatever. It was a cool catchphrase, right? And when they were saying, basically, the basic message was there's a cabal of a bunch of wicked elites who want to suck your children's blood for lifeblood so they can live forever. And they want to do dirty, nasty things to children and use it to guilt other people and secret or societies and organizations. People have been knowing this forever. This has been a fact for all of history. There's always been demonic, satanic people who want to sacrifice children for their lifeblood. Forever. So QAnon was right. QAnon was right about that basic point. But then it started going crazier. It started getting they started doing the codes, and they had numerologists come in and say, oh, every 13th pause that Trump does, if you take those, and that's the 13th letter of the alphabet. So if you count all the pauses he's ever done in his entire life, it actually spells out this secret code that says, something, and then like other stories about books from his past. And if Robbie was here, Robbie's a big believer in the looking glass. And I'm like, nah, I don't believe that Nikola Tesla invented a telescope that can see into the future, and that Trump has it now. And that's how he plans his political domination, is by looking through a telescope into the future. I don't believe that. I'm not going that far, guys. I'm not on board with that, QAnon. But there's definitely an evil cabal that wants to suck your children's blood. That's just obviously true. That's facts. QAnon schizophrenia. Yeah, it's called schizophrenia. No. Y'all got rabbit holed. What do you mean, no? You don't think there's an evil cabal of people that want to... What do you think Jeffrey Epstein was? What are you talking about? No. You never heard of Epstein? You don't think... What about Pizzagate? You don't think that there's actually places owned by rich, famous people where they kidnap children and they sell them? You don't think that happens? That's 100% true. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You gotta go, face value off the rip. It made sense. Then they started getting a little too crazy on going down that rabbit hole. They started digging too far, and they started losing their mind. So, yes, that is a little bit of schizophrenia. You're right. Disavow QAnon. For YouTube purposes, no QAnon here. There is no looking glass that can look into the future. The future does not exist. Technically, based off the laws of relativity, you could invent a time machine that could go into the future if you had something with the mass of like the planet Jupiter moving at the speed of light, and you were inside of it, suspended within its mass. Your inertial reference frame would be part of it. Therefore, if you traveled at the speed of light in a spaceship the size of Jupiter for a year, when you got out of the ship, you would only be 1 year older biologically, but everybody else would be like 50 years older. It'd be like the movie Interstellar. That's one of the freakiest scenes in any movie, by the way, is spoiler alert, in Interstellar, when they get off to go down and explore the water planet, and they leave the one black guy on the spaceship alone, and when they come back to the ship, it's been like 30 minutes for them, but it's been like 30 years for him, because they're on a bigger area. It's theory of relativity. They're on the giant planet with a lot of mass moving through space very fast, and then he's in the ship in its orbit, but since he's outside of the orbit, he's out of the inertial reference frame, time goes slower for him than it would for them on the planet. So when they come back to him, he's aged like 30 years. It's freaky. It's freaky. He's all old and he's all crazy because he's been alone for 30 years. That was like an impactful moment in a movie. That hit me hard. I was like, damn, that's deep. That's deep. He went on this mission and he's just been chilling alone. They were down there on that planet for 30 minutes, swam around in the water with the robot. And this guy's got aged 30 years. Time zones, what a mess. Get on an airplane. You can travel through time. It's make-believe, JS. Calm down. That movie, Christopher Nolan I believe he got a master's in physics, and he got some sort of crazy degree, Christopher Nolan, the director of Interstellar, to make that movie. So you don't know what you're talking about, Freddie. It is make believe, but it's based off of everything in that movie is based off of science, and it actually makes sense. If you understand anything, we're talking about like lots of high IQ points higher than you are, Freddie. So I know you're not going to get it. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. You got to jump up like 50 IQ points, and then you'll know what I'm talking about. Doesn't make it. All right. So that was our clip. Let's move on. So that was the Elon interview. Ties in with the elites. We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about this FBI whistleblower. Let's talk about this FBI whistleblowers. We got like 3. Jim Jordan, a beast. A beast. Hey, mark my words. Jim Jordan will be president one day. I would vote. If I'd say Trump 2024. If Jim Jordan runs in 2028, I'm voting for Jim Jordan. But he's a smart guy. He knows that. I think he knows that he's best serving his purpose where he is. Because I don't know. Why is Jim Jordan not the Speaker of the House? Why is he not? Jim Jordan's I think Jim Jordan's better than Matt Gaetz. I don't know. Maybe there's things that he's voted on because I haven't dug deep into his voting record. I don't know. In Ohio, is there a bunch of mess going on? Is he really not effective? I don't know. All I know is what I see on C-SPAN and what I see in his hearings. Whenever he has hearings, when he calls people up on the stand, he's always a boss. And so just based off of that alone, I like Jim Jordan a lot. But I think he's better than Crenshaw. I think he's better than Gates. I think he's better than MTG. And I don't know. I don't think he's better than DeSantis. He just got shut down on his own committee. Who? Jim Jordan? I don't know. I don't have any updates from today. Of course they want to shut him down. They don't want the truth coming out. Let's read some of these articles about this whistleblower. And I think I have one clip from the whistleblower. House GOP embraces FBI whistleblowers despite Bureau yanking clearances over January 6th. So these FBI guys got their clearances revoked with the FBI before they became whistleblowers because they were coming out talking about January 6th. They talked about how the FBI has been targeting conservatives. The FBI has been targeting Catholics. They say that extremists, quote unquote, this evil white supremacist extremist threat tends to gravitate towards Catholicism. Now, that makes sense. I guess that makes sense because I feel like Catholics are like the more radical, extreme Christians. They're not. They're do two different things, right? But they're. I don't know. I'm not into Catholics because their doctrine. I think they're pretty based with a lot of stuff they do. Not so based with a lot of other stuff that they do. But I just don't like their doctrine. I don't like. I'm not. We'll talk about that one day. We'll put some time into the difference between Catholicism and Christianity, but just parts of their doctrine and they put the church over the scripture, which I disagree with. But anyway, they say a lot of base stuff. There are a lot of base Catholics out there. And also when you look at the Crusades, the Catholics, they're not the soft Christians. They're like ready to go to war. At least back in the day they were. Nowadays, we're supposed to be the peaceful. The Christians are supposed to be the peaceful ones. And I get it. But also, we're not supposed to just lay down and get destroyed. We're supposed to stand up and fight at some point. What's up, Echo? So let's read this. The day before, House Republicans hosted a hearing about the FBI's alleged retaliation against whistleblowers. The Bureau sent a letter to the panel saying it had revoked security clearances for the 2 witnesses. The FBI officials thought a last-minute explanation invoking the J6 Capitol attack would cool House Republicans' fervent accusations that the Bureau retaliates against whistleblowers. They were wrong. In a Thursday hearing by panel investigation, GOP claims of bias within the federal government. Republican lawmakers for the first time publicly aired testimony from FBI whistleblowers who Democrats were quick to argue did not meet the definition to be classified as such, after saying for months that they have had dozens of people come forward to provide tips. Only a day before, the Bureau sent a letter to the committee. So basically, they knew these whistleblowers were coming out, so the FBI is like, well, let's revoke their clearances, their security clearances, so that they're not actually considered FBI whistleblowers anymore, which is dumb, which kind of proves them right. I feel like that just proves them right. It proves that what they're saying is going to be effective, and the FBI is doing exactly what they're saying, which is cracking down on whistleblowers and cracking down on conservatives. And remember when they were trying to call parents at school boards terrorists? That was the FBI. That was part of this. This from CNN Politics. Jim Jordan's FBI whistleblowers testify publicly before Congress as questions about their legitimacy remain. Similar article from CNN. Three self-described FBI whistleblowers who are key to the Republican narrative that the FBI is weaponized against conservatives testified at a House hearing Thursday, the latest escalation of Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan's investigation into allegations of discrimination, escalation of investigation into allegations of discrimination and bias within the FBI. The hearing came one day after the FBI said it revoked the security clearances of three agents who either attended the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol or espoused alternate theories about the Capitol attack. So these are FBI agents who were at J6 coming out saying it's not what people think. And there's all these conservatives saying it's not what people think. And there's all this video evidence that shows that it's not what people think. And so then Jim Jordan says, I'm going to get you up on the stand, guys, and we're going to talk about this. And the FBI says, oh, well, they were at January 6th, so we're going to revoke their security clearances. They're talking about January 6th. So basically it proves that they are legit. I think that I just hit my I think that proves that they're legit. Straight up. So they're not doing anything for the people of the city but causing confusion and committees. That doesn't even make any sense. That don't even make no sense, Freddie. What the? All right. So let me actually I got a lot of articles on this because I really wanted to get all the information on this. So we're gonna spend a little more time on this. We're gonna read a couple more articles. Let's see what Fox is saying. FBI whistleblowers say pro-life groups and Catholics were target of the government. Jordan, the FBI's Washington, D.C. field office wanted to open investigations without predication. The FBI targeted pro-life groups, Catholics, and parents attending school board meetings with investigations in an effort to inflate the sense that they were a domestic terrorism threat. Remember the stochastic terrorism that's coming, and the parents were going to school boards saying this was for two reasons. This was happening for two reasons. One, parents were going to school board saying, hey, my daughter just got raped in the bathroom by a boy who was dressed up as a girl. Oh, Josh is being hyperbolic. No. Josh is not being hyperbolic. That's exactly what happened. Turns out the boy dressed as the girl that went into the girl's bathroom and raped the girl because the school said, we're going to have gender fluid bathrooms. You can use whatever bathroom you want in this in elementary or middle school. I need to bring up the story. Anyway, I don't have the story pulled up, so you're going to have to trust me on this one. You're going to have to Google it. Look it up. Go look into it yourself. A little girl was raped by a boy in a bathroom at a public school. It was either middle school or elementary school, or they were young high schoolers, but they were young. Turns out that kid had actually already been expelled from another school for a similar incident, going into a bathroom and harassing young girls, claiming to be a girl, dressing like a girl, going into the girl's bathroom because they were allowed to. In modern day America, that's what you're allowed to do. And then assaulting young girls multiple times. The first time it happened, they kept it quiet. They expelled the kid, sent it to a different school. Then it happens again. Again, they kept it quiet. You may not have heard of this because, they tried to bury it. So the parents showed up at the school board, and all the parents were saying, this is absolutely ridiculous. This is horrible. All you teachers need to quit your job for trying to hide this and trying to bury this and trying to get away scot-free like you did nothing. You guys all need to quit your jobs and get out of here. And so what did they do? They said, we need the FBI to label these parents as domestic terrorists. If they're going to come in here and be talking bad about the LGBT low IQ STD community, then we need these people to be stochastic terrorists. And then it also happened during the COVID thing because parents were going in, and it wasn't just that incident. There was LGBT books and stuff, and this applies to what DeSantis is doing, getting some of these. There's books that show like a boy giving another boy a blowjob and teaching about butt play in elementary school libraries for children. And parents were going in, reading the books, saying, we need this out of the school. And so they said, well, that's a terrorist. We need the FBI to watch these parents. These parents are terrorists coming to the school board meetings, doing this stuff. Same thing with COVID. My kid is becoming autistic because he's wearing a mask. He's not watching people's mouth move. He can't talk. Kids talk. Oh, didn't we look that up? I think we looked that up in a stream, Freddie. We were talking about the age that people use, or me and my brother were talking about it. We were talking about the age that people usually learn to talk or their first word. And I said like 6 months to a year. And then he said like 2 years. Turned out it was in the middle of what we both said. It was like 18 months. Yeah, I bet it is 18 months after we've been wearing masks for 2 years. These kids are dang dumber than a box of rocks. If the kids, I bet the first word used to be around 6 to 9 months. But since we got reverse Flynn effect, we got IQs going down, we got everybody drugged out, we got people wearing masks in their car while they're talking to their child. This is why I homeschool. Facts. Be wise. What's the average age that a kid says his first word? What do you think? I think we looked it up and it said like it was higher than I expected. And basically I was saying, I bet you 20 years ago it wasn't that high. It was like 18 months, a year and a half. A year and a half is the average first word of a kid. I feel like that's higher than it should be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I haven't been around kids enough. I was around kids a lot when I was younger, my little brothers and stuff. I feel like they started talking, at least mama and dada. I feel like mama and dada is like pre 1 year. No? Am I wrong about that? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, the point is, these parents are getting called terrorists because they're trying to stick up for their children. That's what the FBI was trying. That's what people were trying to have the FBI do. And that's what this whistleblower is talking about. They were having the FBI target Catholic churches and target Catholics because supposedly, just because I guess Nick Fuentes, pretty much, and a few other people on the internet, Catholics are supposedly radical white supremacist extremists. And then pro-life groups. Now, I think this might have to do with when it says pro-life groups, it may be talking about the radical left pro-life groups that like firebomb abortion clinics, which is kind of based the what Nick was calling the pro-life Antifa, or what Hake was calling the pro-life Antifa. Now, and then I saw somebody in Hake's chat, he was talking about the pro-life Antifa, which is basically these radical far left people who are pro-life. Now, when I hear that, I'm not surprised because I've always said, similar to gun laws, libertarianism is neither right nor left. Libertarian is south on the political spectrum. So if you are you could be pro-gun and be way far left. You could be pro-gun and be way far right. You're libertarian, that's south. The whole libertarian is the bottom. You could be a gun nut and be left or right. It doesn't matter. It's not a left or right issue. It's a freedom issue. It's a libertarian issue. So that's why you see Antifa with AR-15s outside of drag shows protecting the drag queens who are destroying children inside, because Antifa likes guns too. Well, similarly, there are, or at least until I saw this chat in Hake's chat, which made a lot of sense. It kind of clicked. But pro-life is neither right nor left either. Pro-life is, I think pro-life is a moral is a moral decision, and even the demons, people who are infested with demons and support everything wicked, they might have just a little bit of sliver of humanity when it comes to murdering babies. They might be okay with turning babies into, chopping their genitals off or teaching them, making them confused about sex, making them androgynous little, maybe they're okay with putting the kids on drugs. Maybe they're okay with all that. But when it comes to killing kids, they got just enough morality left in them to say, nope, that's absolutely wicked. Okay? But then somebody in Hake's chat said something that made a lot of sense to me, and I was like, oh, that could be true. He said, these are actually fake to make pro-lifers look bad. Like, these are fake cell groups, and they go and they firebomb the abortion clinics and stuff, and they're like Antifas, and they're not actually pro-life. They're doing this to make pro-lifers look radical and violent. And I was like, well, that actually makes sense too. So it could be either way. But I have seen debates with leftists who are pro-life, and they know their stuff when it comes to pro-life. So I think you can be a leftist and still be pro-life. I don't think that's a right or left thing. That's just are you completely degenerate, or do you have some sense of humanity left in you? You know, something like that. My boys were basic talkers, just mom and dad at first, but my girl was full sentences from the start. My kids were pretty early talkers, I believe 8 to 12 months. I feel like that's like what my brothers were. And yeah, I'm not talking about like full sentences but just basic words, mama, dada, stuff like that. I feel like is like 8 to 12 months. But now supposedly it's 18 months from what I looked up on Google. But I think that's because society's being dumbed down and demoralized intentionally. So, in 2 generations, the first word is going to be at like age 36. So anyway, they're targeting the Catholics, pro-lifers. Whistleblower claims FBI wrongfully targeted gun owners and concerned parents. So this is from NBC News. FBI whistleblowers Marcus Allen, Garrett O'Boy, and Stephen Friend painted a grim picture of alleged FBI weaponization in front of House Committee Thursday, suggesting the FBI wrongfully worked with Bank of America and alleged law enforcement spying on parents that voiced their concerns at local school board meetings. I am disappointed and I am angry that I have to be here to testify about the weaponization of the FBI and the DOJ. Weaponization against not only its own employees, but against those institutions and individuals that are supposed to protect Americans, O'Boyle remarked in his opening statement before a bipartisan House committee. So that's what's going on with that. FBI from Fox News, FBI whistleblower says he's willing to be homeless at the hands of the FBI to speak out on alleged weaponization. So, these people, they're standing up. They're not afraid. They're going to say the truth. So I have this Google search looking for any new headlines. FBI employees and others testify before weaponization committee. Here, the whistleblower scorching the Biden administration on Hunter. Why Jim Jordan and his so-called whistleblowers shouldn't be taken seriously from NBC. So Fox News says they're scorching Biden and Hunter. C-SPAN seems pretty centered on it. MSDNC, of course, taking the far left stance that you shouldn't listen to anything these whistleblowers say. So that's just some of the headlines are saying. Let's watch this clip, and then we'll look at the 3-letter agencies list that I got. We'll talk about these agencies, how they're a problem.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move quickly through a couple different questions. We established earlier credibility matters.
Some clips and some scenes from the hearing. Empty seats, a lot of empty seats.
Mr. O'Boyle, do you know who Kash Patel is?
I do.
Have you received any money from Kash Patel or his organization?
I have.
When you previously met with the majority members and/or majority staff of this committee, was Kash Patel present for that meeting?
My baby's gonna beat Freddie at a debate when he's like 18 months. 18 months is supposed to be the first word. 18 months is gonna be my baby's first debate with Freddie, and Freddie's gonna get bodied.
No.
To your knowledge, has Kash Patel ever spoken to the committee members on your behalf?
Not that I know of.
Kash Patel. So I wrote that
Was
down.
anyone present for your previous meetings with committee members and staff on the majority that were not members of this committee or staff of this committee?
My counsel.
Your counsel? Anyone else? So he said he would cooperate with the FBI, but he never told you that he would surrender upon to an arrest.
So Kash Patel is an American attorney, children's book author, and former government official. Interesting. He's a anti-FBI witnesses at GOP hearing say they took money from ex-Trump aide. Whistleblower admits taking money from ex-Trump official. Who is Kash Patel? So Trump's ex-chief, who is Kash Patel? While he was in the White House, Donald Trump appointed several staffers to carry out his administration obligations. Following the January 6th U.S. Capitol protest, Kash Patel was one of his associates subpoenaed in relation to the incident. Cashapp Cashapp Patel is a former U.S. government official, attorney, and author from Garden City, New York. After he graduated from the University of Richmond and Pace University School of Law, Patel served as a public defender. Throughout his career, Patel became known for his affiliation with the Trump administration. Patel was hired as a staffer for then President Trump's National Security Council in 2019. He worked for the NCS's International Organization and Alliances Directorate. July 19th, he became the senior director of the Counterterrorism Directorate. During his time in the White House, Patel was employed in several positions. So what was he saying?
Or staff of this committee?
My counsel.
Your counsel? Anyone else? So he said he would cooperate with the FBI, but he never told you that he would surrender upon to an arrest. Those are two different things. You agree, right?
No, I wouldn't. If somebody told me that if you need anything from me, just let me know, I'll cooperate, I would interpret that to mean I could reach out to them if I had a criminal charge.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. All right, that's certainly not my experience. Mr. Allen, you passed around information to other members of the FBI related to January 6th. Is that right?
Yes,
This
sir.
is like 2
And
more
you were
minutes
admonished
long.
by your supervisor not to do that. Is that right?
So this is where they're talking about January 6th. I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. Just listen to this for a bit. Like 2 more minutes, and I'll be back.
Right?
I was not, sir.
You were not. So when it says here in the FBI's letter to Mr. Jorman of yesterday that your supervisor admonished you to stop circulating these materials on multiple occasions, you're saying right now that the FBI is lying to this committee?
That statement that they wrote is inaccurate.
Okay. Did you write to your colleagues to, quote, exercise extreme caution and discretion in pursuit of any investigative inquiries or leads pertaining to the events of January 6th?
Yes, I corresponded with my teammate.
Did you write that?
Yes, I wrote those words in the correspondence.
And that was after you had been admonished not to send information about January 6th, right?
I was not admonished to not send information.
But you do agree that your personal opinion should not influence your official duties, don't you?
No, you should be objective and analytical in all the decisions and information.
No, that was my question. Your personal views should not influence your official duties.
No, you should be objective in doing the conduct of your job.
And now, Mr. Friend and Mr. O'Boyle, I don't have much time, but you agree that you were field agents, correct?
Correct.
And you understand chain of command, do you not, Mr. O'Boyle?
I do.
Right. So that if you make a suggestion to a supervisor and your supervisor overrules you, that's the nature of the business, isn't it?
Not if it's a violation of a law.
And you make decisions about whether grand jury subpoenas should be served or not as a field agent of the FBI?
Time the gentleman is
If I have a
expired.
reasonable belief, I can make a protected disclosure, which is what I've done.
Okay, but do you think you make those
Time the gentleman is
decisions?
expired. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes himself. Mr. O'Boyle, why do you think they came down on you so darn hard? Deep down, what do you think their motivation is?
I think they want to, the agency as a whole wants to get rid of people who simply just don't toe the line that they want. They don't want critical thinkers. They don't want people who raise valid questions to their chain of command.
They want to send a message, don't they?
Absolutely.
They want to make you an example, don't they?
Yes.
And they don't care. They want to send that message so hard, so strong, they don't care that you served 6 years in the Army, member of the 101st Airborne, took enemy fire, was selected for a special new unit they were putting in
Has
Quantico.
never been owned, Freddie.
They wanted to send such a message that they said, if we can get this guy,
Never.
we can get this guy to be quiet.
Jim
we can
Jordan
get
has never
everybody
been
to be
owned.
quiet." That's what they were doing, wasn't it?
We
Yes, sir.
abolished
Especially
slavery.
since I just had a baby who was 2 weeks old, and we had just sold our house.
Just to put the emphasis on it, they said, we're going to do it the day he arrives.
Oh,
The
we
day
also,
we've
I gotta add
worked
a-
with him, we
I gotta
selected
add a
him, he's
bit.
done a great job in the FBI, he served our country, took an oath to the Constitution, took an oath to defend this country. He's going to move, we're going to send all his stuff in this van to this moving, we're going to do that. When the day he arrives, we're going to suspend him. We're not going to let his family get their belongings. We're not going to let him get his clothes for his kids, his winter coats for his children. We're going to send a message. And they did. They suspended you. They took your pay. They don't let you get health insurance. They made life miserable for you to send a message.
How many African
The
Americans?
gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr.
doing
Chairman. I'm
live.
going to move quickly through a couple different questions.
All right. So 92,000 times 92,000 times 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right? No, that would be 300 million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, it would be 6 zeros. Yeah. Okay. 92,000. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. $276 trillion. Yo. All right. So let's finish with. Do you know the math I just did, Freddie? 92,000 times 3 trillion. Take a wild guess what that math is. So anyway, let's look at these. We'll get into that here in a second. We're going to talk about JLP. Happy birthday, JLP. Jesse Lee Peterson, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, JLP. So, and we're going to talk about something he was talking about at church and this morning on his show. I wish I could have clipped it from his show, and I wish I could have clipped the if poem that they did for his birthday to play that. Maybe I'll go on Rumble. I'll have to go on Rumble and clip it and make a short out of it. Because they did like a birthday tribute. They did the if poem, but I guess they edited it up different with Jesse in it. And I wasn't able to watch because I was driving, so I thought it was just the regular if poem. But then they're like, oh, he edited that, and it was me when I was younger, so I want to watch it. But they take all the streams off of YouTube, so I'll have to go on Rumble and record it. But anyway, we'll talk about the Tampa reparations stuff here in a second. But let's finish up with this whistleblower stuff. Let's look at these 3-letter agencies, just a list of some of them. And the new conservative standpoint, which maybe this is the first time there's been like a, usually I don't see a double standard from the conservative aspect. I see a double standard with Democrats all the time. But Democrats are now kind of saying this is like a double standard. You know, conservatives were all against abolishing the police. We're all against defunding the police. And now conservatives are talking about dismantling the 3-letter agencies, the FBI and the CIA. Is that a double standard? I don't think so. I think those are two totally different things. Local police forces and state police forces, they don't need less money. I don't think they need more money. They need better training. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they have fine training. Maybe it's fine the way it is. Cops, you know, if a cop is a douche or a dirty cop, then that's a problem. They need to fix that. But the 3-letter agency is a different thing. These are federal agencies. So we'll talk about the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, the NSA, the National Security Agencies, the DOD, the Department of Defense, formerly Department of War. And I believe the DOD is over the CIA, the CIA and the FBI. The DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DOE, the Department of Energy, the CID, Counterintelligence Defense. And Vivek Ramaswamy was talking about how if he was voted president, he would instantly save us some trillions of dollars by firing half of the people at these agencies and completely dismantling a lot of these agencies. And Crowder has said it. I think I'll get on board with it too. You know, if you're not talking about dismantling these whack-ass agencies, then you need to be talking about it, because that's what we need to do. We don't need these federal agencies. We have state police and state laws. State rights trump federal law. So let the people vote on it. Let the people put in their sheriffs and stuff. We don't need these dark agencies that are tied to the elites and their overlords being corrupt in our country. The CID, Counterintelligence Defense, non-U.S. spook 3-letter agencies, the BBD, Benelans, that's another language. BND, the Bundanes, damn, that's a crazy word. The Bundaredestinsinsight. the DSD, the Defense Signals Directorate, the GPU. I've heard of the GPU. The Gosudarstevin Polichesko Upravelendi, the KGB. We got the National Institute of Health, the NIH, the OSF, the Open Software Foundation, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. And then, are there any spook agencies with fewer or more letters in their name? Well, they're not just 3-letter agencies. We got ASIO, the Australian Security Intelligence Organization, M15 and M16, or MI5 and MI6. 5 and 6 are numbers, so that's not 3-letter agencies, but 3 character agency. FEMA, we got BATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I just call that the ATF, so that would be a 3-letter agency. The BCIS, the Bureau of Citizenship and Immigration Services. Our numbers allowed the MI5 and MI6. So those are some of the agencies. There's even more. Government Communications Headquarters. We got some foreign ones. Research Organization Foundation. Lots. And then we got media. Some non-spook TLAs. The American Australian Broadcasting Commission, ABC, ACB, ACM, BBC, the BIA, CAA, the Department of Transportation, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, FHA, FSF, Free Software Foundation, the WHO, the World Health Organization, the SSA, Social Security Administration. It's got socialism in the name. The Office of Management and Budget. So lots of 3-letter agencies. I'm almost done. WHO is part of the UN. Let's have some non-US TLAs. The Netherlands Welsh Development Agency, Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Transportation. These are some non-American ones. The NFU, the National Farmers Union, the EEC, which is now called the EU. We'll talk about the EU later. The NHS, the British National Health Service, the British Computer Society, APL, a programming language, OPP, Monetary Preventable Police. And then you got other organizations like the SPLC, you got the NAACP, you've got the, what's the Jewish one? I forget that. There's more. You got RAW, the Research and Analysis Wing, CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. These are some criminal Indian TLAs. The CID, the Criminal Investigation Department. So lots of 3-letter agencies, lots of stuff to look out for on this list. So those are all on the list. And yeah, so we'll talk more about the elites and the 3-letter agencies at the end of the show. But that's about that for now. Let me, camera's a little fuzzy. Camera's getting a little blurry, actually. More light equals more focus. All right. It's a little fuzzy. It's a little blurry. Enough of that. Let's talk about this debt ceiling, and then in breaking news, we will play this. I got the clip pulled up. Or maybe we'll put that in rapid fire. Yeah, we'll save this for rapid fire. We'll save this for the rapid fire news. The ADL, yes. Jeff Hewitt knows. The American Defense League. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, so all those 3-letter agencies, no bueno. Get rid of all of them. Let's talk about this debt ceiling for a little bit. It's really it's a boring topic. That I haven't invested. Look at all the thorns in my hand. I've been pulling weeds for like 2 days straight. Not a topic I'm really interested in because we all know that, the Federal Reserve, they can just print all the money they want. And who picks up the bill? We pick up the bill. We pick up the bill with the price of our eggs. We pick up the bill with the price of our groceries. A pack of wife beaters used to cost me $10 for 6 wife beaters from Walmart. Now it's like $25. So, T-shirts, your groceries, your milk, your eggs, your gas from the petrodollar. So money and currency are supposed to have a physical value that is set. It's a set number, right? It used to be the gold standard, and then it became the petrodollar. when it became the petrodollar, now that all of a sudden justifies us going to a bunch of meaningless wars for warmongers like the Bushes over oil. We could say we're going to war for oil. We could say we're looking for mass destruction, but it's really about control of the oil because we're on the petrodollar. Now they're coming out with cryptocurrencies and the digital dollar coming soon to a city near you. And I mean, it's not like the currency isn't already imaginary because, and I'm not one of those people who's against currency. I believe we need to have a system of trade. We need to have currency. I'm a capitalist, and we can't just trade our good. If I'm a table maker, and you're a chair maker, once I got all the chairs and you got all the tables you need, what are we gonna do? We can't trade or bargain anymore. We're gonna have to go out and find somebody who needs a table. Well, you got vegetables. You're a farmer. You got vegetables. I need vegetables. All I got's a table. You want this table? He says, I already got a table. Well, now I can't get any food. So we need a way to convert our goods to some sort of currency so that we can use that currency to purchase other things from people who don't necessarily need what we have, So that's fine. We need currency, right? But the currency needs to be tangible. It needs to have a limit and a value, right? If it's just some digital thing, some digital note or some piece of paper that they can just print as many as they want, then it's basically an imaginary thing. And this $32 trillion debt, like we're never paying that off. That'd be like giving all the black people in Tampa $3 million. Fun fact, it comes out to $324 trillion or no, $276 trillion. There's 92,000 black people in Tampa. If we gave them each $3 million, that would cost $276 trillion. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's the 100 million mark, and then there's the trillion mark. $276 trillion, which the world GDP is $85 trillion. The world makes $85 trillion a year, and somehow America is in $32 trillion of debt. And somehow we're supposed to give all the black people in California $1 million, which comes out to like 400 trillion. We're supposed to give all the black people in Tampa $3 million, which comes out to 276 trillion. 2 cities, and the world is poor for the next 20 years of reparations. Let's go. Yo, that's crazy. Oh, come on. You don't want an Ottoman or a lazy boy instead of carrots or milk? No, I don't know what you're talking about. I declare, Robbie. We were talking about the looking glass earlier, Robbie. I declare reparations from the Brits. They have plenty of money. All right, fellas. I got to grab something to eat. I'll be back. What's up, RB? What's up, Jeff Hewitt? All right, so let's read this. Let's read this article from John Hancock Investment Management. What is the debt ceiling and does it matter? The U.S. federal debt ceiling is the total amount of money the U.S. government is authorized to borrow to meet its existing obligations, such as Social Security payments, which we shouldn't have, tax refunds, interest on the national debt, and our national defense. That's probably the only important thing out of all those that I just saw. Like tax refunds, let's just get rid of taxes for the most part. Interest on the national debt. Interest. Well, we have to pay interest. Well, if you didn't borrow so much, you wouldn't have so much interest. And here's what I say. People, you may think this is beta. You may think this isn't a very masculine thing. Maybe you think men should have high credit scores and should be able to borrow, and paying back your debts is important. If you're going to have debts, being able to pay back your debts is important. So if you have a high credit score because you borrow a lot and you always pay back your debts, I guess that's a good thing. But I would go a little farther than that and say, in reality, I don't think men or people in general should borrow money. I don't think you should be borrowing money. Don't borrow money. The country shouldn't be borrowing money. Individuals shouldn't be borrowing money. I don't even like banks. We should just make our money as cash money, tangible, fungible, and you put it into a safe and you hold on to it. You save it up. You leave it to your children if you want to. You pay your bills with it, all that stuff. I'm not a fan of the credit system. I'm not a fan of the banking system. I don't think we should have a national debt and interest to pay off. If it requires going into debt to take care of our national security, then that's the only part of that I agree with. Because I think that's the government's job, is to take care of national security. Defense, not offense, not warmongers going to countless meaningless proxy wars all over the world with Ukraine and Russia and Iran and the Middle East over oil, but saying it's looking for WMDs, which we know aren't real. Yeah, so, and it makes money for the military industrial complex and for these contractors, which we're going to talk about these contractors. I don't know if I have any names of the contractor families for the military who make money off of wars, and why on both sides, rhinos and Democrats, we've got warmongers who have never seen a war that they don't like because it makes money. It makes money for these companies, but our country goes into debt. And then they cry about the debt ceiling. Current debate may spark continued market volatility in the coming months as the Republican-led House of Representatives comes to grips with engineering the latest fix. A century of political rain. Sometimes when it rains, it pours. That seems to apply now in the early days of 2023 with the looming risk of recession, heightened geopolitical risk, and protracted outlook from higher inflation, now getting the added bonus of brinksmanship in the U.S. House of Representatives over raising the debt ceiling. The U.S. Treasury has once again embarked on what it calls extraordinary measures to meet its obligations for another few months, but warned that it would run out sometime toward mid-year 2023 unless the ceiling is raised or suspended once more. While we think there's very little likelihood of the United States defaulting on its obligations, it's possible that political gridlock will unnerve financial markets between now and then when the issue is addressed. So let's move on to another article. House Republicans passed bill to raise debt ceiling. So they passed the bill to raise the debt ceiling, but McCarthy and Biden are supposed to meet. Actually, they were supposed to meet today. I don't have the updates. They were supposed to meet today. Let me read this first. This is from, I don't even know the name of this website, improvethenews.org. Let's take a look at this. Republicans are playing a dangerous game of roulette with the economy, and Americans are going to feel the pain if they don't relent. As if we're not already feeling the pain. We might go into a recession, guys. Remember when we went into a recession like 2 years ago and they changed the definition of recession because Biden was an idiot and he didn't know the definition of the recession? So he said we're not in a recession. So to cover up for Biden's gaffe, they just changed the definition of recession. Remember that with the Marxist dictionary? Let's keep going. Republicans are playing a dangerous game of roulette with the economy, and Americans going to feel the pain if they don't relent. Speaker McCarthy is pushing an extreme wish list that increases costs for hardworking families without actually reducing the deficit. Spending cuts for the future won't do anything to affect what the U.S. has already spent, and claims to the contrary promote a delusion that will ultimately lead to a default. Worst House Speaker in history, Twitter demolishes Kevin McCarthy's NYSE debt ceiling speech. Cynical narrative. The government paralysis is just one of many symptoms of a nation plagued by partisan games, with leaders more concerned with tearing each other down than building the country up. As both sides refuse to compromise, the U.S. is creeping closer to the edge of a default-catalyzed economic crisis. Something must be done to end this deadlock. So what happens if we default? How does it really affect you and I? Skip Toast. I don't know who you are, but please never appear on my recommended. This is weird. Too late, buddy. I already did. That's why you're here. Too late. Bum, bum. You must be a Democrat. Dang, we're popping up on the Democrats' feed. And they're all sad about it. I don't know who you are. Well, you know who I am now. You can read, right? You can read? Good job. Good job, Skip Toast. I hope that's not that one Skip. Then I would understand why I showed up on his feed, because we probably know some of the same people if it's that Skip. But I don't think it is that Skip. Please never appear. I hope I appear on your recommended every time that you get online for the rest of eternity. That would be awesome. Make sure you hit the like button too. Yellen says, so this from NBC News, the DNC News. Yellen says early June is a hard deadline for raising debt limit. Warns bills will go unpaid. There will be hard choices to make about what bills go unpaid if Congress and the White House fail to reach a deal in time, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said on Meet the Press. Don't be too sure they could read. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said Sunday that early June is a hard deadline for the federal government to raise the debt ceiling and warned that bills will go unpaid if Congress fails to reach a deal before the U.S. runs out of money. In an exclusive interview on Meet the Press, I indicated in my last letter to Congress that we expect to be unable to pay all of our bills in early June and possibly as soon as June 1st. Public schools. You'll never be able to untake the red pill. Let's go. We got him, boys. We got him. You're roped in. You're roped in now, Skip Toast. You just got pulled in, buddy. That's right. You know, if I showed up on your feed that you're watching other things similar to what I do. So, you know, you're already kind of slipping into the rabbit hole. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. If this is the deepest you've been, then please stick around. You might learn something. Them are mad right now. Super mad right now. That's funny. All right. So Janet Yellen saying we're going to default by June. We take the debt ceiling seriously as a constraint on our ability to pay bills that are coming due, she said. And my assumption is that if the debt ceiling isn't raised, there will be hard choices to make about what debt goes, what bills go unpaid. So here's the thing. Let's look at this on an individual level. If you are a person, right? If you're an individual, right? And you borrow a whole bunch of money, right? And now, all of a sudden, you can't pay your money back. What do you think it's a good idea to raise the amount? Like say, okay, I have a limit. I'm only gonna borrow. I have a 1,000 credit limit. My credit card only lets me borrow $1,000. Okay, so I borrow. I buy $1,000 worth of stuff with my credit card. Right now, all of a sudden, I'm struggling to pay my bills. Would it make sense for the credit company to give me a higher credit? Would it make sense for Visa? You know, I owe them $1,000. I'm not paying my bills. I say, Visa, check it out. I can't pay you the $1,000 that I owe you. Would you please extend my credit limit to $2,000 and then I can borrow from you to pay you back? Please, Visa. Do you think that would be a smart idea for Visa to do? No. Now, do I think going bankrupt is a better idea? No. I think a better idea is don't borrow in the first place if you can't pay it back. That's what I'm saying. And as a nation, is borrowing really even a thing? They have the Federal Reserve. They can print all the money they want, and the American citizen just picks up the bill. It just seems dumb to me. This seems like a boring topic. But it's the big thing in the news this week. I told you it's a slow news week. So last but not least, Biden and McCarthy to meet on Monday to negotiate directly on debt ceiling. Let's see if there's any video from today. Biden and McCarthy meet on debt ceiling today. McCarthy said the two have disagreements but can agree the United States debt is too large. Yeah, it's $32 trillion. It's like almost a half of the world's GDP every year. We're optimistic. I can't say it. But we're optimistic. We may be able to make some progress, Mr. Biden said. McCarthy told reporters after the meeting that a clean debt ceiling increase was off the table, even if there's no deal at the last minute. So basically, the article from ABC News was talking about they're going to meet Monday, but that happened today. So let me pull over this article. We'll just take a look at this real quick. All right. So President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy huddled in the White House once again on Monday evening as time runs short for them to reach a deal on the debt ceiling. After the meeting concluded, McCarthy struck an optimistic tone and said he intends to speak with the president every day until a deal is done. There's nothing agreed to. Everything's being talked about, McCarthy said when asked if work requirements for assistance programs like food stamps were still on the table. McCarthy said he hopes they can reach an agreement that both Republicans and Democrats will be able to vote for. He also said the meeting was more productive than previous meetings. We literally talked about where we are having disagreements and ideas, McCarthy said. So to me, that's productive. Not progress, but productive. I would have liked to see this talk live because, was he talking to Biden or was he talking to like some of Biden's puppeteers, D-Milk, be wise. Elon is not based. He runs and jogs on moolah. Okay. I don't know what that means, but we're optimistic we may be able to make some progress. Mr. Biden said McCarthy told reporters, clean debt. Let me be clear. We're never putting a clean debt ceiling on the floor. McCarthy told reporters at the Capitol and the Senate a clean debt ceiling couldn't pass. In the House, it can't pass. So why should we waste time on something that's not going to pass instead of finding something that's a solution to the problem? We are too close to give up. So there's McCarthy and Biden meeting in the little office. I can't get this to go away, but there they are. So that's the updates on the debt ceiling. It's they say we're going to default on the debt by June 1st. So it's going to be interesting. And then what? Then the economy crashes some more as if it's not already horrible thanks to Joey. Thanks to Joey B. Whatever. Just learn to hunt, learn to gather, learn to farm, learn to fish, learn to build a fire, and you'll be all right. You'll be all right. When the power grid goes offline and the system collapses, just go live in the woods. 3 months. You need to get your survival skills up to par to where you can survive in the woods, in the mountains, secluded, away from everybody. You need to be able to have your family carry maximum weight where they can still hike a good distance. You're going to hike up into the mountains or into a secluded area with no people around. You want to get away from civilization because the biggest problem is going to be other people are going to be robbing and killing everybody when the power grid goes down and when the system shuts down. So you just need to get away for 3 months. 3 months. And in 90 days, you can come back to a city. 70% of the population is going to be dead. Okay? Without electricity, without running water, 70% of the population is dead in 90 days. Guarantee you. I guarantee it. Okay? They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. There's going to be chaos. There's going to be riots, especially in major cities. Then, after 90 days, when all the idiots have died off, you can go to like New York. You can go to a big city and it's going to be much nicer. There's going to be a lot of destruction and mayhem, but there's going to be enough food. You're going to have the smart people left alive. You're going to have to make a nice alliance with a good squad. You're going to have to set up shop, get you a gas tanker for some fuel, get you some vehicles, turn them into like Mad Max, put some spikes on the front, and get you some guns, lots and lots of guns. Basically take over a mall with a parking garage, because a mall, then you got like Bed Bath & Beyond, you got comfy stuff, you got everything you need, or a Walmart, or a mall with a Walmart next door to it. Just take over that whole area, fence it in. You got a shop in the parking garage where you're building destruction cars and vehicles. And then you got Walmart, you got canned goods and spam. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. That's the Survival Guide 1.0. Survival Guide 1.0. All right. We'll talk more about that. All right. I think that's all the main story news that I got, guys. We'll talk about this Tampa reparation stuff more and play this video and rapid fire news. We got memes and rapid fire. It's meme time. It's meme time. Like my left ear not working. There we go. Oh, that's better.
Beta!
Skip toast.
Beta!
That's for skip toast. All right. I think he liked it though. We got 13 likes. G-Deus, don't sugarcoat it. All right. Let's get these memes up. Where are my memes at? Oh, I also got the PDF of the whistleblower testimony. So if you guys, it's 80 pages long. I'm not going through it all on the show right now, but if you guys want to look it up, you can find the PDF and you can download it. FBI whistleblower testimony highlights government abuse, misallocation of resources, and retaliation. Interim staff report committee on the Judiciary and Select Subcommittee of the Weaponization of the Federal Government, U.S. House of Representatives. You have the right to speak with Congress, so you can go through here. FBI agents have the right to speak with Congress. Whistleblowers are an invaluable source for Congress in identifying, understanding, and remedying waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. The Committee on the Judiciary is charged with conducting constitutional oversight. So you guys can download the PDF and you can read through all this stuff. Some of the points: the FBI's cash bonus system creates perverse incentives to use law enforcement tools for leadership's financial benefit and not legitimate law enforcement needs. The FBI is reclassifying and manufacturing domestic violent extremist cases to advance the political narrative that these cases are on the rise. The FBI's Washington field office pressured the Boston field office to investigate America solely for traveling to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. So if you traveled to Washington, D.C. anywhere around that time, the feds are watching. The FBI gathered conservatives' financial records from Bank of America without any legal process following January 6th. Line agents opposed Attorney General Garland's memorandum directing federal law enforcement resources against parents. Stephen Friend was suspended without pay after questioning the FBI's handling of DBE cases and expressing concern about January 6 tactics. Garrett Oboya was suspended without pay after moving his young family across the country. Marcus Allen was suspended for merely forwarding open source news articles to his colleagues. So check out the PDF. Just look for whistleblower PDF on Google and you can download the whole thing and you can go through and read all the details. I've been taking a look through it. It's pretty interesting. But it's nothing for me. It's like, it's nothing new. It's nothing surprising. It's nothing shocking. It's nothing new. It just validates. It just confirms everything we've been saying for 2 years and getting called crazy conspiracy theorists by people like Skip Toast for. You know, it just proves that we were right. Duh. Pay attention to the world around you. And then you wouldn't be caught off guard or surprised by these things. So. All right, let me turn off the sound. Let me open up these memes. Meme time. All right, it's meme review time. There's nukes coming. The nukes are on their way. Oh no. All right. First meme. Kids walking around dabbing. Dabbing? Dabbing's this thing. It's almost like a HH. It's almost like a 8-8. You know what that means? What a 8-8 is? A HH. It's almost like a. But I'm dabbing. I'm dabbing, YouTube. It's almost like a strong flat hand. Anyway, let's keep going. Kids walk around dabbing. This was my generation's version of dabbing. Do you guys know about this? Do you know about Degeneration X? Suck it. I need to calm down. I need to calm it down. Yeah, we used to say, suck it. Just like that. If you don't know, you're probably too young. You're probably a dang Zoomer or something. You slacking. You need to learn about Degeneration X. Triple H, X-Pac, Billy Gunn. Facts. Let's keep going. I'm waiting for the next Lucifer whistleblower and let that whistle melt. What? Dang, we got Lucifer whistleblower. Next. I got a lot of these memes from Stubborn One. So I was like, I'm the son of God. And they were like, no way. And I was like, Yahweh. Epic meme. I like that one. Can you guys see the memes? Okay, you can see the memes. Okay. Yahweh. Good one. The girls' basketball team on Pitcher's Day. What the? Oh, my Lord.
It's a man, baby.
Next. Oh, okay. Let's read these. You got to unscramble. Don't read ahead, guys. Don't read ahead. Let's unscramble the words one word at a time. What's the first word? We got to unscramble the word. P-N-E-I-S. Second word. H-T-I-E-L-R. Unscramble the words, guys. Third word. N-G-G-E-R-I. What is that? Whoa, that one looks bad. I see a bad word here. I see a bad word here. I see a bad Austrian painter's name here. And then 4, B-U-T-T, that's butt, S-X-E. All right. Let's read what the words are. What did you guys have? Don't put it in chat, but what are your guys' guesses at the unscrambled words? Number 1, spine. Number 2, lither. Number 3 is ginger. Duh. What did you think it was? It's ginger, obviously. Number 4 is subtext. All you degenerates failed, and that's why you belong here. Nice. Oh, here's Frederica. Look, guys, we just got this is Freddie, calling on shows and then making clipping it to make videos on his channel. I don't got nothing wrong with that. But what I do have a problem with is this right here. Comments are turned off. What kind of
Beta!
turns off the comments on their videos? How you gonna make a successful business on YouTube if you ain't got no comments turned on?
Beta!
That's super beta. That's super beta. I was so close, but I got them all wrong. That's super
Beta!
comments turned off. What the heck? Forgive and forget. I'm neither Jesus nor do I have Alzheimer's. That's pretty good. Okay. Without a single degree, they created art that inspired generations. And then the artists with degrees arrived. A bunch of white canvases and a banana duct taped to a wall. Yeah, this is what 10 years in a college for the arts will get you. Let me just say something. I always talk bad about colleges and how it's brainwashing and blah, blah, blah. But I will always defend college for STEM fields. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and I added medical in there. I don't know if medical counts in STEM, or maybe it's medical instead of mathematics. But anyway, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, medical, those things you need school for. I don't want you operating on me if you didn't go to school for it, okay? So those things you need school. Art, if you go to college for art, you are not an artist, okay? You cannot, art isn't something, you can be taught like basic things to get decent, to become an average, but if you don't have it in you to be an artist, you can go to college for 20 years. You're not going to become an artist. You're going to become some weird, obscure, abstract artist where you just tape a banana to a wall, and maybe you'll get rich and famous off that in reverse Flynn effect retard world. But yeah, college for the arts, never a good thing, never a good idea. Might as well just pay for brainwashing, if you're not an artist. If you have to go to school to be taught art, same thing with preaching, same thing with like drama and acting and music. If you need a teacher to teach you how to sing, you're probably just not a good singer. You probably just shouldn't sing. These are things that you should just be born with, these skills. If you want to be a great artist, you're born knowing art, Anyway, art is art is the demon flag. Art is gay. That's what he's trying to say. Art is
Beta!
I have to slightly agree, but slightly disagree, because I'm an artistic guy. I can draw like a mug. I could draw anything I look at. I could draw it. I like music. Maybe it's the feminine side of me. Maybe it's my mama spirit in me. I don't know, but I'm a little artsy. I'm a creator. I'm a creative type. So, but yes, it is kind of
Beta!
but I got some love for my natural artists. I didn't have to go to college, and I can do a charcoal portrait that looks dead on balls accurate, like identical to what I'm drawing. I can look at a photograph and I can charcoal draw it and make it look better than Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. Okay. I draw way better than that guy in that movie. Okay. So, but I never had to go to college for it. So I'm just saying, I was just born, I was just born with it. I can't help it. So if being born able to draw well makes me
beta,
then I guess I'm
beta.
Let's move on. Coming to the women's room near you. Oh, peed on toilet seats. Well, it wouldn't be called a women's room anymore. It's going to be called the non-binary room. It's going to be called the gender, sex, intersex combination room. It's not going to be called a women's because that would be derogatory to have a women's restroom, right? And yes, ladies, that's what it's going to look like in your bathrooms now. You could thank Obama for that. I just spit my tea. Bananas only speak to men who drink Bud Light. Yeah, but Leo steamed up that car with that lady. Huh? We need a team to minimize and bury the Durham report. Google says, we're on it, boss. Minimize and bury the Durham report. We're on it, boss, at Google. I don't know. That one's not as funny as I remember it. Did I clip off part of it? Anyway. Women, when they have to admit they were wrong and apologize. She can't breathe. Give me my inhaler. Respirator. Put her on the ventilator. Oh, my Lord. What's wrong? I had a bad day and I need your oral support. You mean moral? No. I meant oral support. I meant what I said, woman. Get to it. Next. What happens after you die? Lots of things happen after you die. They just don't involve you. From Louis C.K. I agree. Unless, how do you really know that when you die, does everybody else die? Like if I stop existing and my perception of reality is all based off of my consciousness, if I die, technically, to me, everyone dies and the world ends as soon as I die, right? Right? Is that crazy? That the world ceases to exist when I die, right? Because I won't be able to perceive it anymore. Right? I think so. I think I'm right on that. I once lived just a stone's throw away from a family who all died of mysterious head injuries. Let's go. That's a good one. That's a good one right there. That's a good one. I once lived just a stone's throw away from a family who all died of mysterious head injuries. Nice. San Francisco either has a huge homeless problem or a gigantic camping success story. Yes, facts. There's some campers over there. Now aliens will think France was first. Oh, wait. All the American flags on the moon are now white due to sun's radiation. Now aliens will think France was first. The white flag wavers, the surrenderers. Assuming there are actually flags on the moon. Who knows? We're going to be doing random drug testing today. Okay, but I won't try crack. Yo, I wish I had a job where, oh my God, I wish I could use this on somebody. Random drug testing today. All right, well, I've already tested a lot of them, but I'm not going to try crack. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I always accidentally walk in the women's room also when they look at me. Whoa, my Lord, Dean, you are crazy. You're crazy, Dean. Accidentally in quotes. Lord have mercy. Just identify as a woman, Dean. You can go in all the women's bathrooms you want. Instead of cursing the darkness, light a candle. Benjamin Franklin. Okay. That's based. If money and material things make you believe that you are better than others, you are the poorest person on earth. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. Dad, I can't swim. Not with that attitude, you can't, boy. Boom. Launching the baby. Yo. Hey, listen, I don't have this story. I do have a story. I talk about the swimming pools when I lived in the hood in Tampa. We're going to talk about the African-American community in Tampa here shortly. When I grew up in the hood in Tampa, in the ghetto apartments, I was little. I always talk about how I was like a fish. I could swim at a very young age. And me and my mom had the whole pool to ourselves every day because black people in the hood ain't trying to swim. They weren't trying to swim. So I had the pool free to myself every day. So I never, excuse me, got a frog in my throat. I never had that experience where like dad throws you in the pool to teach you to swim. Because I learned to swim with flugels. I call them flugels. Some people call them floaties. I've heard people call them like bibbies or bippies. But I call them flugels, the water wings. You know, people call them water wings. I call them flugels. So I have my flugels. That's how I learned how to swim in the hood. And I was the only one in the pool. Me and my mom were the only ones in the pool because we're the only white people. So anyway, but I do have a story similar to this. When we moved to the suburbs, and I was in like, I was in probably like 3rd grade, 4th grade. I was like 8 years old, maybe 9 years old. When I lived in the hood, I was like 4 or 5 years old. Like 3 to 5 or 6, we were in the hood. And then like 7, we moved to the suburbs. So I'm like 8 or 9 years old, right? And we live in the suburbs. We didn't have a pool. But my dad bought one of those kiddie pools. One of those blue plastic kiddie pools, right? And there were 2 girls who lived next door. Amber and Teresa. I'll just say their first names. They lived next door. And both of these girls are very pretty girls still to this day. But they were very pretty when we were young, too. Not that young. I didn't really look at girls as pretty when I was that young. But when they were in high school and stuff, they were my next door neighbors. They were both very pretty girls. But anyway, my first meeting with these 2 girls, my dad gets the pool, the kiddie pool, puts it in the backyard, fills it up with water. I'm thinking, I'm going to go outside and play in the pool by myself. Well, my dad went next door, talked to my neighbor's parents, and said, can they come over? Do they want to come over and swim in the pool? Now, one of them was a year. One of them was a year older than me. One of them was like 2 or 3 years older than me. The older sister was like 2 or 3 years older than me. The younger sister was like a year older than me. And anyway, I'm getting my bathing suit on. I'm about to run outside and jump in the pool. And I get to the sliding glass door, and there's 2 girls. There's 2 girls, older girls than me. I'm like 9 years old. I never talked to no girl before. What the? 2 girls in the pool swimming. And I said, oh, I'm not going out there. I'm not going out there. I got scared. I said, no, Dad. Don't make me go out there, Dad. And he took me and he dragged me outside and threw me into the pool with the 2 girls. So it wasn't the water or the drowning that he was throwing me into confront. It was you're going to go talk to these girls and play with their neighbors. You're going to meet the neighbors and be a friendly kid instead of a weird little freaking kid. Dad threw me in the water, and then we became like best friends. So it was a good ending to that story for a while. Like a breaststroke or backstroke. Get it? Oh, Lord. Do you call that a crip stroke? I don't know what you're talking about, Dean. I don't know what you're talking about, Dean. Let's proceed. This meme is deep. This is not a funny meme. This is a deep meme. So let's look. What do we got? We got a teacher in a classroom. We got a parent bringing their child into the classroom. The child is in its perfect state. It's different. It's like the tree, the branch. They're all different. They're all unique. They're all individual. They're all different. But then the parent who has been molded by this axe, which is the teacher. The axe, the hatchet is the teacher. The parent's already been molded. The kid is unique and individual and different. Bring him into the classroom. And then the teacher, who is the axe, is going to carve them up and make them all androgynous, mindless, all the same, copy and paste. Everybody thinks the same. Everybody has the same ideas, the same opinions. Nobody's unique. Don't question the teacher. That meme is deep. That's a deep meme. Thank you for that one, Stubborn. I like that. I like that. Let's proceed. God made the kid like this. God made the kid unique. The teacher makes the kid a cutout, carves the kids up, and now they're trying to do that not just figuratively, but literally. They're trying to carve the kids up, if you know what I'm talking about. Not so metaphysical anymore. They're trying to actually carve the kids up, if you know what I'm saying. And God made the kid like this. The world and the teachers and the schools and the indoctrination clinics, the government schools, not public. It's not public, it's government. The government schools are going to carve your kids up and spit them out looking like everybody else, thinking like everybody else, not thinking for themselves. So, yeah, I think that's a deep meme. That's deep meme. That's a good one. Let's keep going. Reminder that in almost any emergency situation, but especially in natural disasters, one redneck friend or neighbor is worth 1,000 PhDs. Facts. Let's go. Look at these rednecks. They're like, it's flooded. Get the skim board, Cletus. Nice. When you talk about something important and all you get back is that vaccinated stare. Yes. She's got the cigarette. He's got the Big Mac. She's got some ice cream. She's got her phone, slurping thing on the phone, and they'll just the sound effect that when your TV used to go to all the colors. Ooh, it's kind of like these people. It just hypnotizes you.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Let's proceed. Thanks, Norm. This is how the government works. This is one of those memes that the longer you stare at it, the more problems there are. So this is how the government works. So you cracked the egg, you missed the pan with the egg, and then for some reason you put the shells into the pan, but then it turns out the pan nor the egg are even over the burner. And the handle's over the burner. So the handle's going to melt and light on fire. This whole kitchen is going to burn to the ground, straight up. And there's no knobs on the oven. So the oven doesn't even work. Maybe the knobs are down here on the front. Could be. And it's a gas-powered oven, so the government wants to ban those in the first place. So that's the government for you. This is your brain. This is your brain on the government. Therapist, when they see a girl with blue hair walking in. Money, 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 money. Money. Wait till I get my money right. La da 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 dee. That's Vince McMahon, by the way. Speaking of wrestling earlier. Show me your war face. Ah. Now drop and give me 20 pronouns. Woke U.S. military. Oh, Lord.
Beta.
It's a man, baby.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's so bad. Let's proceed. I feel so dirty driving my diesel car out here in the middle of nowhere. Oh, now I feel so clean. I plug my electric car with rare earth minerals that are only mined in China, which we have to ship overseas on giant boats. And then we have to have giant coal factories to produce the electricity, which charges up my battery. My battery is going to die within 10 years. I'm going to have to get a completely new car because they can't replace the battery. They have to bury the batteries in the ground somewhere where it's just going to destroy the earth even more. But yeah, I feel great with my electric car. You know, it makes me feel so virtuous.
Beta.
Next, let's have illegal immigrants hunt down sex offenders for a chance at citizenship. We'll call it Aliens versus Predators. Nice. I feel like I did this one already in a other show, but that's so good. Aliens versus Predators. Such a good idea. Nice. But that's it for the meme.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education,
bro. All right. What's that saying? What's up? Freddy's back. All kinds of messed up. Reminds me of my sister trying to cook, though. The vac stare is real. Yeah. Yeah, the NPC look. That NPC look. Yeah. All right, so that's it for memes. I got a couple reels. We got some rapid fire news. Let me open this up. We'll do this, and then we'll take a break. How that person gonna tell me not to show up on their feed? Like I made myself show up on their feed. What the? Open all new window. Yes. All right. We got some reels. We got some cool stuff to watch on the reels. nothing too crazy going on in the reels. Just first we got a bike win, and then we got a bike fail. So first the bike W, and then bike L. This is bike W. Check this freestyle. Check this flat ground freestyle. Amazing, dude. It's progressed so far. Flat ground freestyle on bikes, dude. Flat ground freestyle on skateboards and bikes is some of my favorite stuff to watch. Like Rodney Mullen type guys who are doing like Casper flips and pogos and stuff on skateboards and flat ground on bikes. It's very impressive and fun to watch.
See the finished product here at the X Games. So that took all the time off the clock there. Oh, look at that. He stepped over. So many times right there. I just can't believe like you can do that. Just stepping over, finding the peg.
So it looks like he's pushing the ground with his foot, but he's not. He's just using his foot to keep the momentum going. He's not touching the ground with his foot at all. And this is in honor of AAIP month, Asian American whatever month. It's also Jewish American Heritage Month, so we're going to honor the Jewish people by talking about the elites here shortly. And it's also Mental Illness Awareness Month. So, we always got to love the mentally ill people. Shout out, Dean. I'm just kidding, Dean. I'm kidding, Dean. Let's watch this again.
Look at that momentum spinning around. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Look at the speed. Is he going to hang on to this? Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
We're going to watch that one more time.
It's amazing that we get to see the finished
this
product
part right here
at the X Games.
So that took all the time off the clock there.
Oh, look at that. He stepped over. So many times right there. I just can't believe like you can do that. Just stepping over, finding the peg. Look at that. Momentum spinning around. Oh, wow.
Look at the speed. Is he going to hang on to this? Oh, my goodness.
Nice. All right, so that's epic. So in honor of AAIP Heritage Month, we got a bike W. And then in honor of Mental Illness Awareness Month, we got a bike fail. We got a bike L. We got a bike L here. Mental Illness Awareness Month. Woo! Hold on, I want to make it bigger. All right. One more. Come on, play. Oh. It's all choppy. Boo! Ooh, and that's that. There's no more to that. He just kind of rolls down the ground really far. So, Mental Illness Awareness Month, bike L. Next on the reels.
But again, think fast.
Mental Illness Awareness
That
Month.
child is going to be a pro athlete. But again, think fast.
Mental Illness Awareness Month, guys.
That child
is going to be a pro athlete. Boom!
But again, think fast.
That's so funny.
That child is going to be a pro athlete. But again, think
One
fast.
more. That child is going to be a pro
That
athlete.
child is going to be a pro athlete. But again, think fast.
Last time, I promise.
Listen, that child is going to be a pro athlete. But again.
That's so funny. What do you guys say? Open the Discord for Frederica's point of view part of your show? Nah. You're more powerful than you thought, JS. You could control the whole internet now. Yeah. I control YouTube. I'm one of the elites. You don't show bike fails for Mental Health Awareness Month. I disavow. I'm saying after that bike fail, he's probably going to have some issues. His face kind of went straight into the ground from quite high up. Attempting that joke could be considered a product of his mental illness. That's true too. Okay. You said Lil Jamie Chapman for this kid?
Think fast. Listen, that child is going to be a pro athlete.
Boom!
But again.
I love it. That's so funny. Next! Last one, Steve-O.
Don't recommend acid. And I can spare you having to take it by showing
This is so true right here. What he's about to show you is an acid trip.
you exactly what it's like to hallucinate on acid. Are you ready? It really trips me out. That's what it's like, dude. You're looking at shit and it's like, whoa, dude. Yeah, it's now you don't have to take it. I don't recommend
One more
that.
time.
And I can spare you having to take it by showing
sure
you
he's
exactly
fine.
what it's like to hallucinate on acid. Are you ready? It really trips me out. That's what it's like, dude. You're looking at shit and it's like, whoa, dude. Yeah, it's now you don't have to take it. I don't recommend.
Pretty good. I like the new sober Steve-O arc. The new sober Steve-O arc where he's like trying to get people off drugs and encouraging sobriety and stuff. And he's still cool. He's still Steve-O. He's still the same guy. He's on the sober arc. I like it. I appreciate it. All right. Rapid fire news. So first, we don't have a stinger, but we got weird sex stuff. Dun, dun, dun.
It's a man, baby.
All right. Weird sex stuff in the news. Weird sex stuff. You guys ready? All right. Transgender pop star Kim Petras on cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. And this is not the first time Sports Illustrated has done something like this. Pretty much Sports Illustrated is done for. Don't buy Sports Illustrated. If you buy Sports Illustrated, you are
beta.
And if you buy Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition and you start flipping through the swimsuits, I need you to know that probably
It's a man, baby.
and that you are a
beta.
So don't do it. No Sports Illustrated. You got transgenders. You got the large women, body positivity up in the Sports Illustrated. Let's not do it. Kim Petras. I don't want to see no pictures. Please don't. Good. We don't got no pictures. And this is the second time an openly transgender model has appeared on the cover of Sports Illustrated. So they didn't even learn from the first time. This is like what we were talking about last week. They don't care. They don't care if they lose money. You don't think they learned from the first time that everybody was like, this is gross, Sports Illustrated. Cut it out. Nobody wants to see this. And they're trying to slip it to you. They're trying to slip it into your Sports Illustrated swims. Back in the day, Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition was like toilet reading for every young man going through puberty. Now you're being set up to be gay. If you look at dang Sports Illustrated swimsuit. So don't do it. Don't do it, guys. No Sports Illustrated. Next in weird sex stuff, Tampa Pride event canceled after DeSantis signs anti-drag bill. So DeSantis being based, as usual, signing an anti-drag bill. Tampa, Florida, organizers of Tampa's Pride on the River have canceled one of the region's largest Pride celebrations, citing the expansion. It's not even that month yet. Calm down, Tampa. It's not even freaking Pride month yet. That's not till next month. You got 8 more days. Simmer down a little bit. Simmer down. Citing the expansion of the Parental Rights and Education Act, what critics call the Don't Say Gay law, which doesn't even have the word gay in it. Really, I'm sorry, said Tampa Pride President Kerry West. Also, Tampa is where they want the reparations. We're going to talk more about Tampa here shortly. I'm from Tampa. I got Tampa tattooed on my arm right here. And I grew up in Tampa. It was always large black population, like 80% black. But now apparently it's got a lot of pride community as well. Jane Castor is the mayor. She's a Democrat woman. And that's all you got to say. That's all you got to say to know. You know, I'm sure they're making a lot of advancements in art and stuff. Like whenever you get a Democrat woman in office, they're very good at gentrification, and they're very good at art structures. Like they'll get some new like art installment in the middle of the city that costs like $300 million. And then all the homeless people will get moved out and put to a different area outside of the city, and they'll build up the crappy area where the homeless people were. Women Democrats are very good at gentrifying and moving around homeless people, making the homeless problem worse, but covering it up better to the naked eye. Because people are like, oh, remember that area that used to be the hood? Now it's so nice. It's got townhouses. It's got what's it called? Loft apartments that are $4,000 a month. Only rich people live there. Now it's so nice, but all the homeless people didn't like disappear. Maybe they had their bodies thrown in rivers or something, but They mostly just got dispersed to other parts of the city. And then there'll be an art installment, a new art installment. And your city's burning. Your city's burning, Jane Castor. Governor Ron DeSantis signed HB 1438 titled Protection of Children into law in Tampa on Wednesday. The bill allows the state to fine, suspend, or revoke the license of any public lodging establishment or public food service establishment if the establishment admits a child to an adult live performance. Is there anything that should be there should be no disagreement there. If a food establishment had strippers, straight strippers, and a kid came in there, they would get fined. So if a man is dressed like a woman shaking her butt and getting dollars shoved into her G-string, shouldn't be doing it around kids either. What is the controversial part? What's controversial about this? Pride cometh before the fall. Pride cometh in the middle of the summer too, and before the fall. I said that once. I said pride cometh before the fall, and somebody responded on Facebook and they were like, well, no, pride comes before, what'd they say? They said pride comes in the spring, summer, fall, winter, spring. It does come before the fall, doesn't it? It comes in during the summer, winter, spring, summer, fall, right? So it does come before the fall. Anyway, they corrected me. They were like, no, it comes during summer. And I was like, and I just laughed and I didn't respond. But then later I was thinking about it. I was like, that still is before the fall. Even if it came in winter, every season comes before the fall. It just depends on what order. Anyway, it's a dumb person trying to argue with my point. Yes, pride comes before the fall. You are right, B-Wise. Exactly. So Tampa not being able to do their drag queen story hours for children in the strip shows, for children, base DeSantis. People are crying and complaining about it because they can't. If you can't destroy the children, then what kind of freedom is that? Summer is indeed before the fall, right? So it is. So, right. I know I've heard something like that somewhere. How do you link pride with seasons? It's a joke, Freddie. It's called a joke. It's called a joke. See, in the Bible, it says pride cometh before the fall. And so pride, the day, comes in the summertime, which also comes before the fall or autumn. So see, it's a double entendre. It's called a double entendre, Freddie, or a metaphor. Yeah, I know. These things are tough. And you think you're a rapper. You don't know what a double entendre is? Come on now. Come on now, Freddie. Let's keep it going. What do we got? Parents of transgender kids seek to block DeSantis' ban on gender-affirming care for minors. So not only is DeSantis making sure that they can't do this drag queen story hour crap with kids, but also he is banning gender-affirming care, which means chopping genitals off of children. Or it's not just that. I know. I'm being hyperbolic. It's not just that. But any sort of puberty blockers, any sort of hormone treatment, any sort of surgical procedures for sure are going to be banned, which is amazing, which is based, which is common sense. A child can't get alcohol. A child can't buy cigarettes. A child can't vote. So why can a child decide to change their gender to irreparably change have a surgical procedure that's going to change them for the rest of their lives? No, kids can't decide that. And if you're a parent and you decide that for your child, you should probably be hung in the town square. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Your kid should be taken from you. You should not be allowed around a child ever again. You should be publicly lynched and mocked and shamed and then decapitated. Sound good? I'm okay with that. Let's go. That's it. That's it for the weird says stuff.
Beta.
Oh, no, it's not. We got more weird says stuff. It's not over yet. We got Target. Target got gabies. Target got clothes for the gabies. The theybies and the gaybies. Dang, man. Target putting out clothes. Rainbow LGBT. This shirt is at Target for sale. Well, this one's not at Target. Wow. Wow. Mental health awareness. Rainbow. And it says transsexual on children's clothing. Wow. This is the most degenerate thing I've ever seen in my life. Whoever made this shirt should go to jail. Put them all in jail. We're going to jail all of them. Target's got gaybies and theybies clothes. And look, when you type this in, Target gay kids clothes is what I typed in. Now, I was hoping for an article talking about the backlash, but you got to scroll down. For a while, all you get is advertisements. Advertisement. Target gay kids clothing. The Pride section for kids at Target. They got bathing suits that hide your package for kids, so that boys who want to look like girls and wear a girl's bathing suit don't have a bulge. This is so disgusting and degenerate. I feel dirty for talking about this. Like, I feel unclean. The power of Christ compels you just for talking about this, because I'm talking about, no, it's gross. Why would you make a bathing suit to hide a boy's bulge so that he could wear a girl's? It's disgusting. This is gross. Anyway, there is some backlash. Babies and theybies and gaybies. The Dallas Express. Target criticized for LGBT low IQ STD kids clothes. The massive clothing corporation Target has launched a new series of LGBTQ low IQ STD clothes that includes items for children, sparking controversy as the market push prepares for Pride Month. Target's move comes as several companies have come under fire for LGBT low IQ STD, such as Bud Light. In that instance, the backlash was so severe that top executives at Anheuser-Busch began distancing themselves from the incident. Target's promotion urges shoppers to fill your world with pride and highlights partners in pride, such as JZD, a queer Latina-owned apparel and lifestyle brand creating products that make the Latino community or the Latinx community feel represented and connected to this. Is gross. Some of the must-have pride picks include an adult shirt that reads Bien Proud. Oh, it's Spanish. It's multilingual. Nice. So it's ethnic, it's diverse, it's inclusive, it's LGBT, everything. Let the world know that you are a great Marxist virtue signaler with your LGBTQ pride Latino shirt. What the heck is wrong with the world? Anyway, that's enough of that. Enough of weird cess stuff.
Beta! It's a man, baby!
Enough with weird cess stuff. Screw all that stuff. Yeah, it's gross. F them. If all the fire burn, let it become the embers. Based, Dean. Based. All right. We got updates on the Jordan Neely death, Subway chokehold death. Kid Rock, a top donor to Daniel Penny's defense. So we got Kid Rock backing up the boy, Daniel Penny. Subway chokehold death. Kid Rock, a top donor to Daniel Penny's defense. Kid Rock is one of the top donors to Marine veteran Daniel Penny's legal defense fund after the 24-year-old was charged in the New York City subway chokehold death of a homeless man. The Give, Send, Go fundraiser has surpassed $2 million in donations with the help of the musician who gave $5,000 and had a pointed message for Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Mr. Penny is a hero. Alvin Bragg is a POS. Kid Rock, the message reads. Nice. A representative for the American Badass crooner confirmed he was behind the donation. Donations have poured in from all over the country since Penny was charged with second-degree manslaughter Friday for fatally choking Jordan Neely, 30, on a New York City train. So, Kid Rock got the boys back. Kid Rock stays based. All right, we got some interesting stories here, just some little headlines. Shark bite, shark attacks. When is Shark Week? Is Shark Week coming up? I feel like Shark Week is in June or July. I feel like Shark Week is coming up. Guys love sharks. Sharks are cool. But in Florida, man, we got another Florida story. We got a lot of Florida stories this week. Shark bites Florida angler on dock. In second incident of the week. So we got shark bites in Florida. Not really like, I'm surprised this was news. This is CNN news. It must be rare in that it's happened twice in a week is kind of crazy. I think shark attacks are way less rare than some people think they're very rare because of like movies like, or some people think they're very common because of movies like Jaws. I don't think they're that common. Or maybe they are more common. I can't remember. The stat is like interesting. It's either more common than you think or it's less common than you think. But I've never been attacked by a shark, and I've went swimming in every ocean. All the oceans. That's not true. I've swam in the Atlantic and the Pacific. But I've swam in all the beaches in the country. A shark bit a Florida angler on the foot Friday in the second shark bite incident of the week, according to Monroe County Sheriff's Office. The 35-year-old man was fishing from a dock on Flagship Drive, Summerland Key around 8 p.m., and as the shark was hooked and reeled up onto the dock, it bit him. Well, so he caught the shark, and then it bit him. I mean, why are we reporting on this? The shark was reportedly out of the water and on the dock when it bit the angler. The man was flown to South Medical Center for treatment. His condition was not known. A day earlier, a 20-year-old Miami-Dade County man was bitten by a shark while spearfishing, according to the sheriff's office, who said he was airlifted. He actually bit me twice, and it was probably around anywhere 9 or 10 feet, about 500 pounds. He came out of nowhere, 20 or 30 miles per hour, and I just see the big gray figure of him just there, and I see it every time I close my eyes. No joke. You calm down, bro. You were spearfishing, and you got bit by a shark. The other guy had the shark pulled up on the dock, and the shark bit his foot. That's just stupidity. If you catch a shark, you stay away from the teeth, bruh. That's step number one. It's like shark fishing 101. And if y'all think Josh don't know what he's talking about, well, boy, we got videos shark fishing in Florida on the channel. JS Urban Adventures goes shark fishing in Florida. Watch the video. You'll see I caught a big old shark. I didn't get bit. I didn't get bit by that shark. You know why? Because I'm not an idiot. You catch a shark, stay away from the teeth. That's rule number one. All right. We got Ukraine updates. We got our Ukraine war propaganda update. BBC News. Ukraine war, Bakhmut, not occupied by Russia, says defiant Zelensky. Let's get our Ukraine propaganda going. You know, we got to have a little dose of that. What's the updates on Ukraine? We've been sending any more money to the installed actor by Tessa Wong. A defiant Volodymyr Zelensky has insisted Bakhmut is not occupied. Bakhmut is not occupied by Russia after a Moscow-backed mercenary group had claimed control. Ukraine's president was speaking during a scene-stealing visit to Hiroshima, Japan for the G7 summit. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about Japan, too. They're crying about Nagasaki and Hiroshima still. Wagner founder Yevgeny Prigozhin had earlier claimed victory in Bakhmut, but Ukrainian military sources told BBC they still had control over a handful of buildings on the outskirts of the city. At a press conference on the final day of the summit, Mr. Zelensky refused to provide precise details, but he said the city, where the war's longest and bloodiest battle had raged since August, was not occupied by Russia as of today. There are no two or three interpretations of these words, he added after earlier confusion about his remarks on the status of the city. It was in a video posted on Saturday that Wagner's Mr. Prigozhin claimed his fighters who have led the Russian assault on Bakhmut were in full control of the city. Mr. Zelensky compared Bakhmut to Hiroshima, which was hit by an atomic bomb in World War II. Was it, though? Was it that bad, though? Was Hiroshima really that damaged by that atomic bomb, little boy or fat man, whichever one it was? Was it that bad? No, it wasn't. Other cities, Tokyo was more damaged by firebombing than Hiroshima was by the nuke. So, just a fun fact. Just a fun fact to throw out there. Funny that Zelensky is going to bring up Hiroshima and the atomic bomb. We must remember. We must remember. Earlier on Sunday, Mr. Zelensky laid a wreath for those who were killed in the attack. What about a wreath for the dang old Pearl Harbor victims? Is Zelensky laying... Wait, hold up. Hold up. I ain't never seen Zelensky laying a wreath for Pearl Harbor victims, but Zelensky's laying a wreath for that so-called atomic bomb Hiroshima victims? What's really going on, Zelensky? What, you don't respect the country that's sending you all this money? You know we dropped the bombs on them for a reason, right, Zelensky? Right? You know that, right? So are you saying that America is like Russia? And that you are like Hiroshima? Is that what you're saying? Is that the comparison he's making? I think that's the comparison he's making. I don't really appreciate that there, Zelensky. How many billions of dollars have we given you? Aren't we going to be sending you possibly jets soon? Oh, here it is from Politico. Will the U.S. send F-16s directly to Ukraine? No final decision yet. Yet. Keyword is yet, Sullivan says. They've already talked about if we send them planes, guess what else we got to send them? We got to send American soldiers over there to teach them how to fly the planes. Duh. We're sending them American tanks and American planes. We got to send American soldiers over there to teach them how to use it. So then our boys get killed because of warmongers for the funding of the military-industrial complex. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We'll get into the leaks in just a second, guys. So Bakhmut, they're not sure if we're going to send them planes. We'll probably send them planes. And then tied to that, NPR, Japan's atomic bomb. Atomic bomb. The atomic bomb. Oh, scary. The atomic bomb. Japan's atomic bomb survivors hope G7 firms up support for nuclear disarmament. The elites over there at the G7 summit are talking about, we got to disarm everybody from the nukes, the imaginary nukes. Hiroshima, Japan, as President Biden and the leaders of the group of seven leading industrial nations gathered in Hiroshima, host nation Japan tried to use the powerful symbolism of the summit setting, the first city in the world to suffer a nuclear attack, to draw the leaders into a consensus on global challenges. Wait. So the threat of nuclear war could draw the global leaders into consensus? It's almost like how Reagan said the threat of aliens would unite us globally, but they're saying the threat of nuclear war could unite the globe into like one sort of new world order, something like that, like an order, like a new world order, like a built back better plan. We're gonna build back better, a new world order. What? With nuclear war could unite the globe. Interesting, Japan. To draw the leaders. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, on his first visit to Asia, came to Hiroshima Peace Park on Sunday. In a statement, the G7 leaders pledged in Hiroshima a symbol of peace to strive for comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine as soon as possible. Oh, boy. So the Japanese, who we supposedly dropped the nuke on, is now backing Ukraine. And Zelensky is like comparing Hiroshima to comparing himself to Ukraine to Hiroshima and America to Russia. That's basically what's happening here. Wow. On Friday morning, Biden and the other G7 leaders visited the Hiroshima Peace Park at the iconic atomic bomb dome. So wait, you guys are going to a place that's radiated nuclear winter? You guys are just going there to have a summit? Isn't that place like supposed to be toxic for the rest of history? Nobody's supposed to be able to set foot in there. They also spoke to a survivor and visited a museum at the park, all meant to convey the inhumanity of nuclear war. Oh my God, this is such. Listen, I don't like when I hear Trump talking about nuclear war. I don't like when I hear Tulsi talking about nuclear war on PBD. Everybody is fear-mongering nuclear war now. They saw it. They saw it worked with the pandemic, with the test run with COVID. Now they're going to go back to the nuclear war, which they've already done before. But they're going to rest on their laurels and go back to it. Say, oh, the nuclear thing will work. We got plague. We got war. And then the plague and the war, the fear from the so-called plague and the so-called wars will lead to the pestilence. And people are just going to start dropping like flies. I don't even know if Project Bluebeam is going to be necessary. I don't think they have to do a fake alien invasion. They might, but I don't think they have to do a fake alien invasion. I think I don't know. That'll probably be the last step. They did the plague. Then they do the war and the nuclear stuff, and then the aliens come. And then we're all united under one new world globalist order. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. All right. Last but not least, Cleopatra is officially the worst show in history. Freddie, there's your people. They ticked. They dang old, what's her name? Alopecia lady? Smith, Jada Pinkett Smith, dang, made the worst show in history. All because they said Egyptians were black. Everybody knows Egyptians were olive. Everybody knows Egyptians weren't dang old black. Come on now. Come on, Freddie. This Afrocentrism stuff's got to go. 2% rating. Stubborn One said, it's funny and it's great that it got a 2% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, the worst rated show in history. But it's kind of bad because that means that Cuties got better ratings than this Cleopatra show. So it's sad that people, they thought that the PDF file show about little girls dancing and twerking was actually better than this piece of crap, which is saying a lot. Saying a lot. Dang old Jada Pinkett. So after the initial backlash Netflix's Cleopatra docudrama received, it was now officially become one of the worst shows ever released as negative reviews continue to pour in. Queen Cleopatra was up to a bad start at the first backlash started even before the show initially released. After the first trailer dropped, people kept calling the docudrama out on historical inaccuracies. No duh. Now, after people started actually watching the show, it got even worse as reviews paint Cleopatra as one of the worst shows to ever release. Yeah, Cleopatra was Greek. She wasn't even Egyptian. So even if you can push the narrative that Egyptians were black because they weren't white, maybe they were a little bit bronze or olive, even if you can convince people that the Egyptians were black, Cleopatra wasn't Egyptian. She was Greek. So, of course, Cleopatra wasn't black. Come on now. Come on now. What the? That sounds...
Beta.
All right. That's almost it for the rapid fire news, but I do want to talk about this breaking news for JLP's birthday. I would like to find this clip. Maybe I can find it by the end of the show and play it of the If poem with JLP. But we're going to talk one last story. So in Tampa, first, the NAACP, the National African American Caucus, or whatever they're called, has put out a warning to black people. They say, don't go to Florida, black people, because it's a bad place. It's racist. It's scary. And the reason is because DeSantis did something. What was it? Hold on. Let me look this up. NAACP says, don't go to Florida. NAACP's travel advisory does not explicitly recommend against travel to Florida, but it urges travelers to be aware of the state's politics. And the organization said that the governor in the state of Florida have shown that African Americans are not welcome in the state of Florida. Now, why is that? Has become hostile to black Americans. NAACP issues travel advisory for Florida, says state has become hostile to black Americans. Oh, this is because DeSantis is cracking down on the CRT in education. So the Black History AP classes have been gotten rid of, which pretty much the reason he got rid of them is because it was teaching a bunch of that Afrocentric Cleopatra was black mess, which is false. It's not true. Teaching about the blue-haired, what am I talking about? Well, the blue-haired devil is a thing too. But the blue-eyed white devil, teaching that white kids are inherently racist. You cannot stop it. If you're born white, you are inherently racist, and you need to accept it, and you need to progressively fight to be anti-racist. A bunch of Marxist gobbly. No offense, but
it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
What's up, man, godson? So I wouldn't want my kid learning any of that mess either. But now the NAACP is saying that Florida is not safe for blacks. Meanwhile, in Tampa, Meanwhile, in Tampa, this guy's demanding reparations. Just like we saw in California, they want their reparations. Let's listen to this video. Oh, we got to ad. Wait till the ad plays. So this guy's saying he doesn't care about the potholes. He doesn't care about the black violence. He wants that money. It's my money and I need it now. Are you scarred and confused? Call 1-800-ASK-GARY. Ask Gary. Let's listen to this guy.
We care about our reparations.
Now, I don't know. See, I thought this was like a Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson or some famous guy. I think it's actually just some random guy at a council, but it is very funny. So this isn't actually like a political thing they're pushing for, and we'll show how stupid this is in a second. Because I did the math for you guys. But let's listen to this one. This reverse Flynn effect, guys. Low IQ. Oh, Lord. It's not genetic. It's not a genetic thing. It's a cultural thing. But, yeah, low IQ. Probably in, like, the 60 range. Let's listen.
Don't nobody real care about that. We care about our reparations. And don't nobody care about that.
Okay, so this isn't the full clip. The one Jesse played was longer. He just said, we don't care about potholes in the ground. We don't care about speed bumps. Nobody cares about police brutality. They're all marching in the street. No real black people care about that. We don't care about politics. We don't care about any of that stuff that you think we care about. We don't care about racism. We don't care about the CRT in the schools. He said, all we care about is our reparation. We want that money. We want that money.
Don't nobody real care about that. We care about our reparations. And we have to put white people on notice that we want our reparations.
Oh, we got to make a short out of this.
Our poor parents and us, we didn't work for free and underpaid and all this nonsense. And the white folks get away with it. And they talk about the great city they're building.
Let's go.
No, we want our reparations. $3 million per person. $3 million per person right here in this city. That's the only thing black people got to care about. All this other little nonsense y'all talk about, we do not care about.
All this little nonsense.
And that comes.
All right, so just in case you guys were wondering, let me see. So if we look here, how many African Americans are in Tampa? Because this is in Tampa, Florida, where I'm from, where I grew up. 92,331 as of 2020. Black people in Tampa. And if you look, Tampa's got more than Orlando. Tampa's got more than St. Pete. I'd like to compare it to white. Here, what percent of Tampa is black? 22%. I feel like when I was younger, it was way higher than that. Like it was like 80%. And maybe that was just downtown urban Tampa, but there was a lot. Tampa was a very black, area. They called it Suitcase City, 9th highest crime rate in the country when I was a kid. Theft rate and stuff. Not a lot of murders. It wasn't a high murder area, but lots of thefts, lots of breaking into cars, lots of breaking into houses and stealing stuff. And high black population in Tampa. So currently, 92,331 black people live in Tampa. This guy said $3 million a piece for each black person in Tampa. So I did the math for you guys. We rounded down, just to be conservative, we rounded down to 92,000. 92,000, 92,000 times 3 million. 92,000 times 3 million. 123. So now we're in the millions. 1, 2, 3. We're in the trillions. $276 trillion is how much. And Freddie's here talking about he wants his $3 million. He wants his reparations. Freddie wants reparations, but yet Freddie's complaining about the debt ceiling. $276 trillion is how much it would cost to give every black person in Tampa, just Tampa, 92,000 black people in Tampa, $3 million apiece is $276 trillion. The global annual GDP is $85 trillion. So you would need the entire world's wealth for more than 3 years, all the money in the world that the whole world makes for more than 3 years just to pay the black people in Tampa. Let's go. Listen, I got it. That's 2.6 billion. Is it billion? You're right. Is it billion? Okay, it's billion. 1, 2, 3. I forgot about billions. You're right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so with LA, when they did this with LA, they did the math and it came out to okay, you're right, Freddie. It's 276 billion. Or 27 trillion. Count your zeros. No, I think you're right. It's billion. My bad. 1, 2, 3. I wish they put the commas in. It would make it so much easier. There's 999,000. There's million. Yeah, I forgot about billion. I forgot billions come after millions. You got me. Whoops. Okay, $276 billion. But they did, Crowder did this math. Maybe he did his math wrong too. But he did the math with $1 million for all the black people in LA, and it came out to like 4 trillion. Maybe he did his math. Maybe he did his math wrong too. But 276 billion. 276 billion just for Tampa. I'm a woman. I'm not very good with math, but even I don't think this would work out very well. No, that's less than the debt right there. Yeah, it's still a lot of money, Freddie, and that's just Tampa. So how about, let's just say, how many African Americans are in America? 41 million African Americans in America. So we do, and let's lower it. Let's say $1 million. 41. I mean, that I can almost do that math. 41, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 times $1 million. Well, it'd just be 41, and then add all the zeros. It's gonna be like 41 trillion. 41 million times, where's my X? Times 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, 41 million black Americans. Let's give them all $1 million each. How much is that going to cost us? Solution is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 41 trillion. So giving all black America. Okay, that you got me, Freddie. You got me. I messed up my numbers, but I'm not messing up my numbers this time. There are 41 million black people in America. If we gave them all $1 million, that would be $41 trillion. So that's half of the annual GDP. You kind of lessened the impact of my point by pointing out to me that I was counting wrong. But my point still stands. This is retarded. 410 trillion. Yeah. 13 zeros. 4.1 with 13, the 10 with the 13 to the 13th power. 4.1 times 10 to the 13th power. 13 zeros. So I rest my case. You got me. It was billion, not trillion. Freddie's right. I was wrong.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education. Bro.
We still can't afford to give. No. Listen, no. Y'all don't get a free dollar. That's $41 million out of the budget. We can't afford it. We got too much debt as it is. No, you don't get it. But I got to make a short out of this guy. This guy's funny. All right, that's all the rapid fire news I got. Let me like this so I can make a short out of this funny guy. Clip it. I know. Freddie proved me wrong. Clip it. You got me. You got me. You got me. I forgot that billion comes after million. So I counted the zeros right. I went 0, 0, 0. Those are your hundreds. There's your thousands. There's your millions. And I forgot billion comes next. So I went to trillion. Clip it. Beg for reparations. Don't cry when you can't do anything besides what they tell you to do. Right. Right. When the government provides you your food, your housing, your medical, all your money that you make every month, then the government controls you and they can take it away whenever they want to. Your education, all that. Facts. Facts, Dean. All right. Before we get into our last bit, where we're going to talk about the elites, we're going to call out the names. We're going to talk about the opiate family, the Sacklers, the Chicago wealthy elites, the Pritzkers. We'll talk about the Soroses, the Gates. We're really going to be doing live research, because I don't know everything I've heard stuff about all these people, but I really want to learn and know about it. So we have a lot of Wikipedia stuff. We're just going to be reading basically the Wikipedia about these different things. And then maybe if you guys let me know stuff in chat that I can look up about these families or these people, if you have sites or links you could send me about them on Facebook or whatever, so that we can dig deeper. But really, we're really just going to be looking surface level at all these people. Everyone from Soros, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Sacklers, Peter Navarro, Kash Patel. We're going to look at their relations with Trump and Jonathan Pollard and that guy, the Pritzker family, the EU, Klaus Schwab, the WHO, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, the Bilderberg Group, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, all that stuff. We're going to be talking about all of it here in a moment. So don't leave. Let me play a song or something, and we will be back shortly. Open all in incognito window. Yes. 22 tabs. I got a lot of tabs. I'd like to find the clip of Soros saying that it didn't bother him that he was snitching out Jewish people. And he was Jewish, but he was snitching Jewish people out to the N-words. So hit the like button, guys, while you're here. We got 9 viewers. We got 14 likes. That's a good ratio. But if anybody hasn't hit it yet, hit that like button. We are sponsored by viewers like you. Thank you, guys. Hit the like, share it out to a friend, let somebody know. Let me find a song. I think Bryson's got a new song that I haven't played yet on the show. Slightly Offensive is live. Dan Bongino is on Timcast earlier tonight. That's over. Nice. Let's see. Bryson Gray. 7 days. Bars for Christ cipher. He has a song called Bible Thumper, but I think it's different than. All right, we'll play this 7 days song. I haven't listened to it yet. It's only 2 minutes, and I'll be right back.
They do the incredible.
You guys can listen to this while I'm gone, and then we'll look into the elites. Actually, I want to play Empire of Lies because it's more on point with what we're talking about. We're going to play Empire of Lies. Friday to Sunday is 3 days. What? All the days are named after Greek gods, so I don't care. If you're talking about the Sabbath being on Saturday or something, I don't know what you're talking about, Dean. But yes, when they changed to the Gregorian calendar, it changed up the days. That's why there was arguments at one of the councils, either the Nicene Council or one of those councils, where they were arguing. I talked about it in a show. I can't remember what it's called, but it's some sort of conundrum that has to do with days being messed up with the Gregorian calendar, so they don't know where to place like some dates. But we don't need to know the dates of when Jesus was born and when Jesus rose and stuff. The days we celebrate don't have to be on the exact day that it happened. That's a pointless argument. It doesn't matter. What's up, Yoda? I really like that song. It's a good song. Good song. All right. Let's get into it. Let's talk about the elites. Let's call them out by name. We're going to watch this clip from PBD with the Elon interview, with the whistleblowers and stuff that's going on with the three-letter agencies. I figured it was a pertinent topic. Let's watch this PBD clip. Hopefully, I can play it without YouTube hitting the audio. I've played a lot of PBD before, and it hasn't been hit. It's kind of a long clip, but we're going to listen to all the names. The Julian calendar versus the Gregorian calendar. Facts. Yes. I mean, it's sad but true. Yep. The song is sad but true. Let's watch this clip.
Years. Let's make a list.
And this will set us up.
If we were to say who's ruined many people's lives the last 20 years, we can put FBI there. We can put CIA there. We can put Clinton's there. We can put CDC there. We can put NIH there. We can put Fauci. China there.
He's talking specifically about Americans right now. But this is also, we are the spearhead of this modern globalist elite movement, this woke movement. We're spearheading it. We did get a lot of our stuff from the France. We'll talk about how the Illuminati possibly are believed to have started the French Revolution, which led to like the Renaissance and the sexual revolution and all those Simone de Beauvoir, gender queer, modern gender theory, and all that stuff came from France. But apparently the Illuminati had a hand in that. And but even though they started it first, America has perfected it. And America is spearheading this globalist elitist movement. Most of the elites we're going to see live in America. A lot of them live in America. All the names you recognize are American. And that's because even though we're doing a lot of messed up stuff here in America, it's still the greatest place in the world to live. It's still the leader in commerce and economics and all that stuff. So all the rich people want to come here. All the elites want to be here. That should tell you something. But let's listen to this.
We can put Fauci there. We can put World Economic Forum there. We can put, you realize where I'm going with this. We can put Biden's family there. We can put McConnell. We can put so many names on this list, right? Every one of those guys hate Trump. Are the ones that have destroyed America the most, divided us the most, had us fighting against each other. All of these guys hate the orange hair guy. So, why is that?
Well, I think
now, she doesn't like Trump either, and she doesn't like him. She's going to go into some strong points here, which I don't know how she doesn't get canceled for the stuff she's about to say, but yet Nick Fuentes will get canceled, and he says the exact same things that she's about to say, but when she says it nicer and more liberally, and it's more accepted. Like, she gets away with saying what she's about to say.
I guess I would say two things. In my opinion, I think more than anything else, these guys, more than they hate Trump, I think they hate Trump's base more. I guess
that's true.
Here's the thing that really concerns me about Trump as it relates to national sovereignty. Recently, he did an interview, and he said something about Israel, about how Israel essentially, he said it, controls Congress, and how he thought that was a good thing. Okay, so regardless of how you feel about Israel, Zionism, the U.S.-Israel relationship, I do not think it's a good sign to have your nationalist politicians say a foreign power rightfully, unduly influences our national Congress.
I agree. She's right with that. And when Dane called in last week to talk about DeSantis versus Trump, I told him beforehand, I said, let's try to stay away from the Israel stuff because we agree that both of them are pro-Israel and YouTube doesn't like us talking about that. And I just want to preface this whole bit that we're about to do about the elites is not an attack on Jewish people. I'm not anti-Semitic. I love Jews. I love the Muslims. I love the Christians. I love the Buddhists. I love the damn heathens, the atheists. I got to. I have to love my enemies. So, you know, I'm not trying to throw shade on Jewish people, but we are going to see that there is kind of a running theme amongst a lot of these elites. You know, I'm just saying. But let's listen.
But
And if you look at the history, there are Israeli espionage operations that have happened.
No question.
Jonathan Pollard is probably the
The
best
thing about her
well-known,
voice is terrible to listen
where that gravely undermined U.S. national security. And I think those institutions support Trump, but they're not necessarily
I can give an
American.
argument to that, but
To
give me
this
one.
day, supports that operation.
The warp speed.
Yeah, totally.
I think he takes credit for the
But
fact that
then
he
you
was
have-
able to get
yeah,
vaccines.
but then you have Peter Navarro, right,
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, he was
just here on the
yeah,
podcast.
so he was manipulated." So it's possible.
We do have
Keep
Peter
going.
Navarro
Okay, so
pulled
that's
up.
one.
We
Keep
will
going.
look
Give me a
into
couple
him.
more.
That's
well,
a name.
okay, I'm not an expert on like Trump stuff necessarily, but I personally don't trust any politician, especially one that gets to that level, really into operate.
In fact, since we're here, let's look into this Peter Navarro guy real quick. We'll just do it as she says the names. So this is gonna make this difficult for me. Where's he at? Warren Buffett. Who is this Peter Navarro guy? Peter Navarro, politician, American political figure who served in the Trump administration as the assistant to the president, director of trade and manufacturing policy, the National Defense Production Act policy coordinator. So that's this guy she's talking about. Trump's America, death to China, the White House received his PhD in economics from Harvard as a professor emeritus. Who is Peter Navarro? So this is one of the names she threw out there. This Kash Patel, his name was mentioned earlier, involved with Trump. Anti-FBI said they took money from ex-Trump aides, so this Kash Patel guy was paying the FBI. At least that's what the stories are telling us. Did FBI whistleblowers disclose receiving money from Kash Patel? That's what they were talking about in the clip that we were watching. So that's an interesting one. Let's get back to the clip. Oops, sorry. Let's get back to the clip, and then we'll get into the big names. We'll just finish the clip, and then we'll look at the big
Operation Warp
names.
Speed and what that produced, and declines to distance himself from any sort of the vaccine stuff. And
Fine. So use that one. That's one. So he Operation Warp Speed that you try to
Press
speed
1 if
up
you love Freddie.
getting vaccine, but
Hey,
the
we
reality
gotta love
is
our
Pfizer
enemies. We
didn't
gotta
announce
love
that
our
they got the vaccine 2 days after the election, which didn't help him anyways.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't think that hurt Americans. It was not a good idea to put the military, specifically DARPA people, in charge of that. Who have DARPA tends to have sort of this mad scientist view, and they have partnerships with people like Moderna, which also.
So I think DARPA is probably develops treatments and stuff for things, and DARPA, maybe Trump's receiving money from DARPA, and that's why also he pushed the Right to Choose Act or whatever, which gave people the right to try out new experimental medications before they got through all the red tape. So I don't like that Trump's with all that stuff. If he's receiving money from these people, I don't like that. But, you know, I'll call out the bad that he does too. I don't think Trump is a perfect guy. As far as the Operation Warp Speed stuff, I think that that's a stance. I've always said this. I think he made the right decision with that, because Democrats and everybody, all the liberals, were freaking out wearing masks, not leaving their houses. They don't want to go to work. They're scared to go outside. And the only thing that would have eased their mind is a vaccine. So when Trump comes out with the vaccine quicker than anybody else, that's a huge bipartisan victory. Both sides should be like the Republicans. I know, you know, they think the vaccine's harmful, but you don't got to take it under Trump. Under Trump, you don't got to take the vaccine. The vaccine is just there to ease the fears and the worries of the scared people, of the sheep who are afraid, right? The Democrats. So both sides should have said, okay, he did a good job on that. You know, he got him their thing. But then what happened was Biden was installed. And once Biden was installed, he started mandating the vaccine. And we really didn't like that on the right. We're like, you're not going to force me. I'm going to lose my job if I don't take this experimental vaccine. I'm not doing that. I'm not down with that. We didn't like that. So a lot of people on the right turned on Trump because of that. But Trump always said he wasn't going to mandate it to anybody. It was just there. You could take it if you want. And so the idea, whether it works or not, the placebo effect of the vaccine should be a great victory for Trump, because both sides could say, okay, all those people who are freaking out and scared to go to work, they could get their little vaccine. All the people who don't want it, don't got to get it. It'll calm everybody down. It'll get us back to normal quicker. Should be a good thing. It wasn't a good thing because Biden came in and started forcing it on people. And then people tied the fact that Trump did Operation Warp Speed to the fact that Biden was mandating it. It's not the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
That was partnered with the Bill and Melinda Gates
I don't know
Foundation.
if they support Trump, though. I think they manipulated Trump into bullying him into doing that.
But
I
the
don't
thing
think
is,
they
Trump
support.
still to this day supports.
Freddie, when you have muscles, every shirt you wear is a muscle shirt. That's just how it happens when when you're not frail. I'm wearing this shirt because I'm sunburnt like a mug. Look at this. Look at this sunburn action. You see the difference in the colors? I'm sunburnt like a mug. And it's hot in my room. My swamp cooler's broken. I got to get and install a new swamp cooler. So I got this air conditioning unit here, but it gets hot. So, yeah, we got a tank top. And I'm sunburnt. I don't want to be wearing no hot shirt. Look at that sunburn action. I'm two different colors.
That operation.
The warp speed.
Yeah, totally.
I think he takes credit for the fact that he was able to get vaccines.
But then you have Peter Navarro, right, saying, "Oh, he was
just here on the podcast.
So he was manipulated." So it's possible.
Keep going. Look.
In my opinion, to push for national sovereignty and things like that. What I mentioned with Israel, that does concern me, because Israel's foreign policy objectives or policy objectives as it relates to the United States do not always coincide with the American national interest. The Iraq War is a huge example of that. Netanyahu being like positive reverberations around the region. You had the Wexner Foundation.
I don't think I know.
Which was tied up with Israel at that time, trying to develop talking points to push us.
That's not
into
a tank
Iraq
top.
and
It's a
all of
muscle
this stuff.
shirt. It's a T-shirt with no sleeves.
American lives, cost American money, obviously, and all sorts. Millions of innocent people dead in the Middle East. Not in our.
I can't help it. I have muscles, and that they show when I wear a shirt. Jeez Louise. And what kind of insult is that? That's not an insult. That's like a compliment. Quit glazing me, Freddie.
National security interest. And you have a lot of, even the Trump White House, the FBI found stingray devices that were Israel's government spying on the Trump White House. Nothing was done. And there's a lot of things going back. Robert Maxwell sold bugged software on behalf of Israel to our nuke facilities at San Diego.
Robert Maxwell. I did not write down that name. Sold bug software with our nuclear information about our nuclear facilities, quote unquote. Interesting. Robert Maxwell. I did not write that name down.
Los Alamos lab. Henry Kissinger told him who to pay off.
Kissinger's a big name. I don't think I pulled up anything on Kissinger. Now, all these names she's mentioning aren't necessarily the elites, but these are people who are doing crooked things in the government.
Nothing happened to Henry Kissinger. John Tower was the guy he paid off, former head of the Senate Armed Services Committee, opened the door for Maxwell to sell this bug software.
Who sells them? It's Hanes, bro. It's Hanes. Look at the tag. It's just a Hanes shirt from Walmart. It's Walmart Hanes, bro. Ain't no Fruit of the Loom.
And then they take our nuclear secrets and then they sell it on to China. Well, I guess it's pretty.
Why are you so tied up about my shirt, Freddie?
Beta.
Broad. A lot of corporate America would be up there for sure.
Yeah, Walmart.
Corporations. Big Pharma, IBM, a lot of the big tech companies.
Big Pharma, that's the Sacklers that we're going to talk about, the opiate crisis, and now they're making millions of dollars off naloxone. Freddie, you should take your naloxone bracelet idea to the Sacklers. They'll probably buy it up.
Companies then and now, for sure.
Okay, big pharma.
Building
IBM.
this transnational power structure,
Right.
ultimately,
Who
at the
else?
end of the day.
I'd like to throw the Fed in there.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Federal Reserve?
Yeah.
Okay, game. Who else?
Or you can just broaden that and make it banks, the big banks.
Okay,
Central
I
banks
put
are the
big
biggest banks,
Commercial,
right?
corporate.
Yeah.
I got
She's saying a lot of. If Nick Fuentes said this, it would be anti-Semitic. It would be Holocaust denial. It would be all the bad things. She just said she's talking about how central banks are bad. You know who else didn't like the central banks? That Austrian painter guy. And she's talking bad about Israel. This lady might be a little bit of a 8-8. She might be that 8-8. That 8-8.
I got all that together. What else would you say?
Definitely the CIA.
Definitely the
Department
CIA.
of Justice.
Would you put DOJ over FBI? Like how would?
Well, DOJ oversees the FBI technically, right?
Okay, so let's put DOJ and FBI together.
How about
who else?
Lobbyists.
Yeah, but lobbyists are revolving door on the payroll
right.
stuff. So ultimately, that's the corporate side subverting the public sector or
Military
corporate
industrial
capture of
complex.
government.
Do we
Most
want to put those
definitely.
guys? Okay, let's
Yeah,
put military industrial
but
complex.
In terms of that military industrial complex,
Under Armour
in terms of how people
knockoff.
think of that, I would say the contractors.
It's a T-shirt with no sleeves, Freddie. It's not Under Armour. It's just Hanes. Calm down. Why are you so critical of my outfit, though? Gay.
General Dynamics, insanely corrupt. That's the Crown family
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier.
I
They
didn't
run
write that one down.
Insanely corrupt. Lester Crown, the Pentagon tried to get his security clearance revoked 3 times.
Wow.
And they couldn't do it because higher ups kept shutting it down.
So perfect. Let's do this. Let's stay on this. This is very helpful. Let's continue because I think this is good. Okay, so we
Lester
got Big
Crown.
Pharma,
We'll
we
have
got
to check that
IBM,
one
we
out.
got Fed,
Well,
we got
IBM,
big banks.
I would say big tech is
Big tech is what you
better.
would say. Okay, big
Yeah.
tech. Then
The big tech is your Zucks, your Bezos, your Dorseys, your Musk.
we said CIA, DOJ, FBI combined
Lester
together.
Crown. We're gonna have to
military
check out the
industrial
Crown
complex.
family.
Fine. Now give me individuals. What families? Names the last 60 years since November of 2000 to November of 1963, not 22nd, since November 1st of 1963 till today. Which top families have destroyed America the most?
Okay, Rockefeller's number
Okay,
one,
Rockefeller.
probably.
Who
yeah.
else?
After that, I'd put the Chicago families up there,
Pritzker?
the Crowns and the Pritzkers. I'd
Okay.
probably put them together. Yeah.
Chicago, got it. Who else?
All right, the opioid crisis, the Sacklers.
Okay, the Sacklers.
Because that, I mean, a lot of not enough people talk about that. But that you could sort of rope into big pharma, like some of the big companies that are tied to suspect stuff going on with the anthrax attacks and also with COVID stuff. Emergent Biosolutions, you know, they make a killing off of selling Narcan. They have
Who
a
else?
monopoly on Narcan too.
So we got 3: Rockefeller.
There you go, Freddie.
The Chicago, the Pritzker. You put them together. The opioid, the Sackler.
Freddie wants to make a bracelet that checks your pulse so that if you're a heroin user and you die and you overdose, you have a bracelet that reads your pulse and it has like a needle in it with naloxone and it shoots you up with naloxone. Basically giving heroin addicts more of a no repercussions. You know, it's kind of like abortion. This type of people who support abortion would support something like that. I think it's a horrible, degenerate idea, but he would probably get rich off of it if he sold it to this bioemergent solutions or this Pritzker family or the Sacklers or something like that. They probably buy it up. That means they can sell more opiates. They can get more people hooked on drugs. Then they can sell the naloxone. Then they can sell the naloxone bracelets. And so the drug addicts won't die. They'll just get revived. And they're getting money off the revival and the drug. No, do you love Josh, Freddie? Oh, he loves me.
Who else?
Well, again, I think, you know, when you're talking about banking interests, a lot of these tend to be transnational. You have some of these old money banks from Europe.
Give me names, family.
Rothschild.
Yeah, I'd probably put the Rothschilds
Okay.
on there for sure. But they openly made an alliance with the Rockefellers not that long ago.
Who else?
These are just families. Probably talking about individuals,
Names,
like a Henry
families.
Kissinger.
It could be
like one of those-
Kissinger, Clinton,
Yeah,
Biden. People who
yeah.
have sold America.
Well, Kissinger sold America out, definitely. Yeah.
I'm here because of Kissinger. You know that.
Oh, really?
I'm from Iran. Kissinger was supposed to help Iran. The Shah, he didn't last minute. The Shah fell, and then catastrophic issues happen. Khomeini shows up. I'm there. Anyways, that's a whole different story. So Kissinger. Who else would you put as top? Would you put what other names do we want to say? Do we want to say
Bushes?
Johnson, Lyndon Johnson?
Yeah, the Bushes, the Clintons,
Bushes.
for sure. But
Can
there,
we
I see
add
them
the
in
Bushes
both
to this
families.
list?
Yeah.
Dulles?
Dulles?
Yeah, Alan Dulles. The airport.
Well, or Sullivan and
CIA.
Cromwell, which is their law firm that they ran forever.
That list is
Yeah.
that could be a huge list.
Okay, so you don't have Clinton or Biden's here at all. You don't think they're that important.
I would think the Clintons, Bushes, Bidens,
Let's lump them in just
so you put all of them together.
Obama's.
Let's lump those
They're different sides of just the same crime family, especially the Bushes
All
and the Clintons.
Okay.
There's too much weird stuff around them, especially when you look at things like Iran-Contra.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, Bush covered for Mark Middleton. They
All the presidents probably had their hand in some crooked stuff. But I don't think the Trump crime family, quote, I don't think there's a Trump crime family as compared to an Obama crime family, or a Clinton crime family, or a Bush war crime family.
step in for each other when they need to.
So here's my question. You
yeah.
ready?
All right.
So here we go. Okay. Which one of these loves Trump?
Yeah, I don't think they do.
That's the point. The
Yeah, I
point I'm
see-
trying years. Let's make
Got
a list,
her.
Okay. If we were to say
Got
who's
her.
ruined many
Got her. All right, let's look at some of these elites. Let's just read their bios on Wikipedia, Let's see. Let's start going through some articles. We got George Soros on the list. So I wish I could find the clip of George Soros talking about how he didn't care and it didn't affect him that he ratted out Jewish families when he was growing up to the Nazis. Two wings of the same bird, JS. All that money you need to be president comes from these people. Yeah, you're probably right. But sometimes you got to take money from Satan so you can use it for good, It's like when I buy stocks in Meta. Well, it was a bad idea because then they crashed right afterwards. But I thought the metaverse was going to be the new big thing, and it might still be. But I bought stocks into Meta when they changed Facebook to Meta. I bought Meta stocks because I'm thinking the metaverse is going to blow up. People are going to get hooked on this. They're going to have everybody wearing helmets and living in pods, which may still happen. So I'm going to hold on to my stock, But yeah, if I buy stock into like something like Meta, even though I don't support it, I have stocks in a pot company. I don't support it. I don't think it's right. But hey, if I can get some of Satan's money and use it for good, then so be it. It's like when JLP ran the Bloomberg ad on his show and all the callers were pissed off. They're like, why would you play a Bloomberg ad on your show, Jesse? And he's like, because they paid me. I took Satan's money and I'm using it to further the message. That's it. You can take Satan's money and use it for good. Sometimes you got to play along with the demon's games to beat them. Just a little bit. Like when Trump was a New York Democrat. He's going along to get along, but he was really learning the ins and outs so he could shut them down. George Soros, born Georg Schwartz, as a Hungarian-American businessman and philanthropist. As of March 2021, he had a net worth of $8.6 billion, having donated more than $32 billion to the Open Society Foundations. Open Society grant-making network chaired by business magnate George. Open Society's foundation financially supports civil society groups around the world, stated an aim at advancing justice, education, public health, and independent media. Right, I'm sure they like independent media. So, of which $15 billion has already been distributed, representing 64% of his original fortune. Forbes called Soros the most generous giver in terms of percentage of net worth. Born in Budapest to a non-observant Jewish family, Soros survived the Nazi occupation of Hungary by working with them and moved to the United Kingdom in 1947. He studied at the London School of Economics and was awarded a BS in philosophy in 1951 and then a Master of Science degree in philosophy in 1954. Soros started his career working in the British American merchant banks, blah, 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 blah. It's a rich guy. We're not going to read all about him. Singer and Friedlander. Soros began his financial career at the merchant bank Singer and Friedlander of London. He worked as a clerk and later moved to a different department. F&M Meyer Arnold Etz Bleichroder, Soros Fund Management. Is it going to talk about economic crisis in the 1990s, about all his DAs that he finances? Soros has been building a huge short position in pound sterling for the months leading up to Black Wednesday of September 1992. Where does it talk about him donating to all the DAs? 20% of Americans are under Soros-backed DAs. He had an attempted conspiracy theories and threats. Because of his Jewish identity, wealth, and philanthropy, Soros has been described as the perfect code word for conspiracy theories that unite anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. One prominent Soros-related conspiracy theory is that he is behind the European migrant crisis, or importing migrants to European countries. Oh, you mean like in Lundistan? Lundistan, where they can't even fly the English flag because it's hate speech towards Muslim people. The Hungarian government spent millions of dollars on a poster campaign demonizing Soros. He's from Hungary, and the Hungarian government spent millions of dollars on a poster campaign demonizing Soros. So his own home country spent millions of dollars to demonize him. Maybe that's because he's a demon. According to anthropologist Ivan Kaimar, many of his most outspoken enemies inside and outside Hungary saw him as leading an international cabal that included other Jews, such as the Rothschilds, as well as the Freemasons and the Illuminati. He had an attempted assassination. A pipe bomb was placed in the mailbox at Soros' home in Katona, New York, in October of 2018 as part of the 2018 United States mail bombing attempts. The package was discovered by a caretaker who removed it and notified authorities. It was photographed and exploded by the FBI, which launched an investigation. For several days afterwards, similar bombs were mailed to Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and other Democrats and liberals. Cesar Sayoc Jr. was arrested in Aventura, Florida on suspicion of mailing the bombs. Sayoc was sentenced to 20 years in prison for mailing 16 pipe bombs to 13 victims. None of the devices exploded. Sounds like a psyop to me. None of the bombs that he mailed out exploded. Either he was a horrible bomb maker or sounds like a psyop to me. Interesting. So at least they admit that the conspiracies exist. Let's move on. Let's look at the Clintons. The Clinton crime family from the Hill, far left the Hill, saying ex-FBI official, Clintons are a crime family. A former FBI official said Sunday that Bill and Hillary Clinton are part of a crime family and argued top officials hindered the investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server while she was Secretary of State. Wasn't that like 30,000 emails that just disappeared? Very nice, Fred. You have been doing the education. Look up the one church they're trying to create. Yeah, I know. It's one world. It's a new world order. It's one church, one currency, one language, one religion, one government. That's the new world order. That's the goal. That's the modern Tower of Babel. And it isn't good. Wow, that's nuts. What's up? Oh, wait. What's up, D. John Paul? D. John Paul. I think he told me how to say the name, and that's not. Yeah, it's D. John Paul. Greetings, Mr. Adventures. That's where that one love comes from. They had an informant working for them. During a radio interview with John Katzimatidis, former Assistant FBI Director James Kallstrom heaped praise on Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump before taking aim at the Clintons. The Clintons, that's a crime family, basically, Kallstrom said. It's like organized crime. I mean, the Clinton Foundation is a cesspool. I wish I had the Norm Macdonald clip soundbite. I think the Clinton, didn't they murder a guy? I feel like the Clintons murdered a guy. No, I think he murdered a guy. You didn't know? I thought everybody knew about this, that they murdered a guy. The Clinton body count. Kallstrom best known. I think we did a whole show about the Clinton body count, or we did a whole segment on one of the episodes a while ago about the Clinton body count. So we're not going to dig too deep into that. We know about that. The problem here is this investigation was never a real investigation, he said. That's the problem. They never had a grand jury impaneled, and the reason they never had a grand jury impaneled, I'm sure, is Loretta Lynch would not go along with that. God forbid we put someone like that in the White House, he added of Clinton. So we got the Clinton crime family. Who else we got? In case you forgot, George W. Bush is a horrific war criminal. The Bushes. Liberals today are trying to rehabilitate the image of George W. Bush. Don't let them. His monstrous invasion of Iraq based on lies led to mass death in Iraq and untold damage to democracy in the U.S. 20 years ago, the Bush administration claimed that Saddam Hussein, a brutal dictator, had weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weaponry, that justified an invasion not just to keep people in the United States, but the whole world safe. Globalism. There you go. When you use this fear-mongering tactic that these nukes could wipe out the whole world, then it gives you global power. It lets you go into a war over some fake petrodollar, some oil. It's really about oil. It's really about warmongering and these corporations that sell to the military-industrial complex, making money off of the wars. They lied. There were no weapons of mass destruction. Duh. Bush administration officials misrepresented intelligence again and again to justify an unnecessary invasion. You know, what's that joke that the guy told on Nick's stream today? What's the difference between a shrub and a bush? A shrub didn't do 9/11. Today, George W. Bush is the target of a perverse rehabilitation campaign rooted in the idea that his criticism of Donald Trump's election lies makes him some kind of savior of our democracy. Yet Bush and Trump have more alike than not. Two presidents who use their powers to inflict, blah, blah, blah. Then Jacobin goes left. You were being based for a second. I'm okay if you want to attack Bush, the rhino. But don't bring Trump into it. Jacobin. All y'all sheep are prime suspects. Whatever. All right. And then now we got the Rockefeller family. Everybody's heard of the Rockefellers. The Rockefeller family is an American industrial political. So far, Soros, Horklump juice. Horklump juice is my code word for Chewbacca, the Chewbaccas, the Horklump juice. So when I say those words, you know what I'm talking about. Soros, Horklump juice. Rockefellers? Were Rockefellers Horklump juice? The Rockefeller family originated in the Rhineland region of Germany and can be traced to the town Neuwied in the early 17th century. American family branch descended from Joanne Peter Rockefeller, who migrated to Philadelphia in the Providence, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking to see if they're Horklump juice. Oh, John D. Rockefeller, known as Senior, was a devout Northern Baptist. Okay. Supported many church-based institutions. While the Rockefeller family are mostly Baptists, some of the Rockefellers were Episcopalians. Okay, so Rockefeller's not Horklump juice. Okay. Political and banking family. They're a banking family. They own one of the world's largest fortunes. The fortune was made in the American petroleum industry. Interesting that one of the richest families in America is involved in the petroleum industry and they're involved in banking. And we switched to the petrodollar. Coincidence? I don't know. During the late 19th and 20th centuries, brothers John D. Rockefeller and William Rockefeller, primarily through Standard Oil, ExxonMobil, Chevron, the family had a long associated with and control of Chase Manhattan Bank. So they run gas and banks. Interesting. Wealth. Let's see if there's a conspiracy section on them. Residences. Look at these. They got houses all over the place. Crazy. Politics. Prominent banker David Rockefeller was the family patriarch. Nelson Rockefeller was the governor of New York. David Sr. successfully pressed for a repeal of New York state law that restricted Chase Manhattan Bank from operating outside of the city. Wow. So they couldn't get Chase Manhattan Bank to operate outside of the city, so he became president and got that. Not president, but governor, and then pushed that through. Twice offered the post of Treasury Secretary by President Richard Nixon, but declined on both occasions. High-level contacts to bring Mohammad Reza Khan of Iran, who had been overthrown in the Iranian Revolution and was poor in health, for medical treatment in the United States. They've held offices. They run bankings. They run the oil. These are the Rockefellers. I'm looking if they have a conspiracy section on these guys. Dang, look at all these businesses. Associates, all their associates, all their businesses. Wow. Amoco, Atlantic Petroleum, Chase Manhattan Bank, Chevron, Conoco, Exxon, Marathon, Aircraft Corporation, National City Bank, apartments. So there's the Rockefellers for you. Lots of information on them. Then we got the Rothschilds. The Rockefellers and the Rothschilds are together. They're working together now. Let me see what chat's saying. Press 1 if you think Freddie could fight off Fleece Johnson. I don't know who that is. The Chassis Yaz. What are you talking about? You got the Rothschilds. How did the Rothschild is a wealthy Ashkenazi Jewish family originally from Frankfurt that rose to prominence with Mayor Amschel Rothschild. So Rothschilds are Horklump juice. We got some Horklump juice here with the Rothschilds. I already had this open twice. Rothschilds are Horklump juice. Soros is Horklump juice. The Rothschild family is a wealthy Ashkenazi Jewish family originally from Frankfurt that rose to prominence with Meyer, blah, blah, blah. I already read that. German Landgraves of Hesse-Kassel in the Free City of Frankfurt, who established the banking business in the 1760s. Unlike most previous court factors, Rothschild managed to bequeath his wealth and establish an international banking family through his 5 sons, who established businesses in London, Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna, and Naples. So another large banking family. So these the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are the banking and oil people. Family was elevated to noble rank in the Holy Roman Empire. The Napoleonic Wars. The Rothschilds already possessed a significant fortune before the start of the Napoleonic Wars, which are from 1803 to 1815, and the family had gained preeminence in the bullion trade by this time. Nathan Mayer Rothschild was instrumental in almost single-handedly financing the British war effort, organizing the shipment of bullion to the Duke of Wellington's armies across Europe, as well as arranging the payment of British financial subsidies to their continental allies. In 1815 alone, the Rothschilds provided $9.8 million, equivalent to about 710 million British dollars in 2019. In subsidy loans to British continental allies. So they were involved in wars, international high finance, changes to family fortunes. The Neapolitan Rothschilds were the first branch of the family to decline when revolution broke out. Captured Naples, blah, 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 blah. Hereditary titles, English branch, French branches. So they're all over the world. Jewish identity and positions on Zionism. Jewish solidarity in the family was not homogeneous. Many Rothschilds were supporters of Zionism, while other members of the family opposed the creation of the Jewish state. In 1917, Walter Rothschild, second Baron Rothschild, was the addressee of the Balfour Declaration to the Zionist Federation, which committed the British government to the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. His nephew, Victor Lord Rothschild, was against granting asylum or helping Jewish refugees. After the death of James Jacob Rothschild in 1868, his eldest son, Alphonse, took over the management of the family bank and was the most active supporter for Eretz Israel. The Rothschild family archives show that during the 1870s, the family contributed nearly 500,000 francs per year on behalf of Eastern Jewry to the Alliance Israel University. So most of them pro-Zionism. Some of them not so much. That's the more German part. Places in Israel named after Rothschild family members. So they've got places in Israel named after their family. Interesting. The Rothschild Group, Edmund D. Rothschild's Group, Rita Capital Partners Investments. They do wine, they do art and charity, cultural references, conspiracy theories. Let's read this part. Let's see. Over more than 2 centuries, the Rothschild family has frequently been the subject of conspiracy theories. These theories take different forms, such as claiming that the family controls the world wealth and financial institutions. Well, I think that everything in here just said that. So I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. You guys just said it, Wikipedia. Conspiracy theories such as claiming that the family controls the world's wealth and financial institution. Well, they do. Or encouraged or discouraged wars between governments. But they did. You literally just talked about how they funded the Napoleonic Wars for Britain. So what are you talking about, Wikipedia? Why is that a conspiracy theory when it's true? Discussing this and similar views, the historian Neil Ferguson wrote that without wars, 19th century states would have little need to issue bonds. As we have seen, however, wars tended to hit the price of existing bonds by increasing the risk that a debtor state would fail to meet its interest payments in the event of defeat. Wow, this sounds like what's happening right now with America. In the event of defeat or losses of territory. By the middle of the 19th century, the Rothschilds had evolved from traders into fund managers, carefully tending to their own vast portfolio of government bonds. Now, having made their money, they stood to lose more than they gained from conflict. The Rothschilds had decided the outcome of the Napoleonic Wars by putting their financial weight behind Britain. Now they would sit on the sidelines. So it's funny how Wikipedia literally talks about this. We just read it up here. And then it says the conspiracy theory is that they funded a war. But you just said that they funded a war, Wikipedia. What the heck? So that's the Rothschilds, this whore juice. Now we got the Sackler family. This is the opiate epidemic. There's a documentary on this family and how basically they've gotten rich off of people dying and being hooked on prescription opiates. This is Big Pharma. When they talk about Big Pharma, this is one of those big families. So the Sackler family is an American family who founded and owned the pharmaceutical companies Purdue Pharma and Mundy Pharma. Purdue Pharma and some members of the family have faced lawsuits regarding overprescription of addictive pharmaceutical drugs, including OxyContin. Purdue Pharma has been criticized for its role in the opioid epidemic in the United States. They have been described as the most evil family in America and the worst drug dealers in history. The Sackler family has been profiled in various media, including the documentary Crime of the Century on HBO. Check that out. And the book Empire of Pain by Patrick Radden Keefe. The 2021 Hulu miniseries Dope Sick. This is the one I watched, Dope Sick. And the 2022 Oscar-nominated documentary All the Beauty and the Bloodshed. Yeah, Dope Sick's pretty cool on Hulu if you got Hulu. We're not going to read a lot about their history. Donations to promote Sackler name. The Sackler family has donated to cultural institutions, including the Metropolitan Museum of Art, American Museum of Natural History, and the Guggenheim. The family has also donated to universities, including Harvard, Yale, Cornell, Oxford, Sackler Faculty of Medicine at Tel Aviv University, King's College in London. Reputation laundering. The Sackler family name, as used in institutions which the family have donated to, saw increased scrutiny in the late 2010s over the family's association with OxyContin. David Crow, writing in the Financial Times, described the family name as tainted. In March, the National Portrait Gallery and the Tate Galleries announced that they would not accept further donations from the family. So it's good that people are waking up. Opioid lawsuits. They got a lot of opioid lawsuits against them. And now they're making money off Narcan. So they make the drug, get you hooked on the drug, get rich off the drug. And then when their name gets a little fouled up, they say, oh, well, we got a way to save the addicts now. We got naloxone. And then they make the naloxone. They get rich off the naloxone. People think, oh, naloxone's great because now all these heroin junkies aren't dying. But part of the biggest, what am I trying to say? The biggest thing to keep you from doing an opiate is the fact that you could die, right? It's the same thing with abortion. If one of the big reasons that you should probably not have unprotected sex out of wedlock or sex out of wedlock period is that you might get the girl pregnant and she might have a baby and you might have to take care of that baby for the next 18 years. So maybe wrap it up or don't have sex out of wedlock. But when you get abortion, now it's, well, just have all the sex you want. We'll just get an abortion. It's the same thing with naloxone. They think that the naloxone is great because it's saving the lives of these addicts who would overdose otherwise. But actually, all it's doing is encouraging them. Don't worry. You can do all the heroin you want. If you die of an overdose, just shoot up some naloxone. You'll be fine. And then do some dope again a little while later. And the Sacklers are still getting rich off the naloxone and the opiates that they got people hooked on who need the naloxone now. It's ridiculous. So the Sacklers, and also the Sacklers are Horklump juice, by the way. I didn't read that in here, but I did read it yesterday. Sacklers are Horklump juice. Let me see if I can find it. Purdue Pharma. It doesn't have a conspiracy section, but yes, the Sacklers are Horklump juice. Here's Forbes. Sackler family is worth $10.8 billion according to Forbes. Sacklers are the owner. Read that nearly all 50 states have filed lawsuits against Purdue and the Sackler family. In response to the lawsuits, the Sacklers have not admitted to wrongdoing, but have proposed to a $10 to $12 billion settlement. As part of the settlement, Purdue Pharma filed for bankruptcy and will be transformed into a public benefit corporation. The Sackler family will also sell its UK-based subsidiary Mundi Pharma. Proceeds from the sale will go towards the settlement. The Sacklers have also agreed to personally pay $3 billion towards the settlement. In October 2020, Purdue Pharma pled guilty to criminal charges brought on by the Department of Justice concerning its marketing of OxyContin. As part of the 2020 settlement, the Sacklers paid $225 million to the Department of Justice in relation to their alleged role in the opioid crisis. So they're not in America's richest families anymore. They're going downwards because they're getting sued by everybody, which is good. Jonathan Pollard, we talked about him earlier. His name was mentioned. He's not one of the elites. He was just involved in some whistleblowing, I believe. He was a spy. Jonathan Pollard was one of the most damaging spies in U.S. history. So not an elite, but damaging. When Jonathan Pollard was convicted of espionage in 1987, he became the first American to go to jail for life for passing secrets to a U.S. ally. The top secret information Pollard passed on to Israel is so vast and damaging, the complete list of files is itself top secret. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. There are a few things liberals and conservatives agree on these days, but keeping Pollard in prison for the rest of his life is one of them. Yeah, he was released in 2015 and quickly made his way to Israel, where he received a hero's welcome. Pollard became an intelligence analyst. I'm not going to read his whole life story, but that's interesting. He's out and he's back in Israel for $15 every month and a diamond engagement ring for his new fiancée. Pollard agreed to provide the Israelis with American intelligence on Israel's Arab neighbors, along with any information about the support they received from the Soviet Union. Israel wanted to know about Arab and Pakistani nuclear technology, chemical and biological weapons programs, Soviet aircraft and air defense systems, as well as Arab nations' deployment of readiness intelligence. Pollard's handlers also asked for dirt on any Israeli political figures who were providing information to the United States. So this guy was a spy for Israel. Israel initially disavowed Pollard and any intelligence he passed, saying he was part of an unauthorized rogue operation. Even so, the Israeli government had been trying to negotiate his release since 1990. In May 1998, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledged Pollard was an Israeli operative and tried to broker a deal with President Bill Clinton. The possibility of his early release sparked a huge backlash from the American Intelligence Committee. So, this guy's a spy. Israel. We got some more Horklump juice stuff tied in. I'm not even trying to do it. It's just happening that way. Let's hope the rapture is pre-trib. Pre-trib. Let's hope the rapture is pre-trib. What's pre-trib mean? What's up, MS Warrior? Pre-trib. Tribunal? Pre-tribunal? What does that mean? Anyway, so the G7 summit just happened. But anyway, I have the World Economic Forum here. So we got the WEF. That's ran by Klaus Schwab, who we have right here. He's the elite, but it's also a 3-letter agency, so it ties in with what we were talking about earlier. We had the G7 summit. We talked about that. They did it in Japan. We got the European Union, a group of elites, all the European powers pulled together. Pre-tribulation. Isn't that what I said? Pre-tribulation. I don't know. I'm not big on the whole rapture thing because the word rapture is not actually ever used in the Bible. The Greek word is hore. I've looked it up on the show before. It's like Horatio or something, which means to catch up. But it's a very poetic and metaphorical sounding verse, so I don't know if it's necessarily to be taken literally. But anyway, Revelation is a very convoluted and deep book, and it has a lot of times you can't take everything that's in Revelation as literal. I am right now for my multiple sclerosis. I wonder if Josh been smoking pot. Nope, no pot today. No pot today. MS Warrior, multiple sclerosis warrior. I almost said nice. I guess it's nice that you're a warrior. And I wish you well. Keep some prayers for MS Warrior for multiple sclerosis. I've known people with multiple sclerosis, and it's rough. So we wish you well here. Thank you for hanging out. Are you disabled in prepping, MS Warrior? Because I got somebody who has been subscribed to my channel forever who used to go by the name Disabled in Prepping, and they would always comment and stuff, and I haven't seen them in a long time. Is that you? Because I think they also had multiple sclerosis. Maybe that's a different person. But anyway, God bless you. Thank you. I just subbed to this channel. Oh, so you're not disabled in prepping. But anyway, God bless. We wish you well. We wish you well. We're talking about the elites. We talk about current events, politics, religion, philosophy, theology, conspiracies. Right now, we're talking about the elites. We're calling them out by name. The Sackler families, the Rothschilds, the Bushes and the Clintons, the Obamas, all the elites. I am disabled and on SSDI, but no, I am not him. Okay. Yeah, I think it was a her, but yeah, I haven't seen disabled and prepping in a while, but I think she had multiple sclerosis also, but yeah, we wish you well, man. Or ma'am. All right. Nice. Get a phone. It's AIP month. Let's keep going. Yeah, so Monday nights we do this show. We talk about all this stuff, MS Warrior. But throughout the week, I do gaming streams. If you're not into gaming, it's all right because we talk, we read the chat. We right now we're playing Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. But even if you're not into gaming, I do Discord chat. You can come in and talk on the Discord, or we'll watch funny videos or news videos, stuff like that. Look, my arm is peeling. My arm is peeling because I'm sunburnt. So, yeah, stick around. And then every now and then I'll drop a video. I do political shorts and current event shorts, and all kinds of stuff. Every now and then I'll drop a video, all kinds of different. I just do all sorts of stuff. It's a variety stream. We do everything. But Monday night is the politics show. So the EU, the World Economic Forum, the WHO, the CDC, all that mess. But let's get back to the names. The Pritzker family. Pritzker family is Horklump juice. Pritzker family is Horklump juice. And again, I don't got nothing against I don't got nothing against the Jewish people. It is interesting when you look into all these names. There is a commonality amongst them. It's just interesting. And then Wikipedia will sit there and tell you all these things, and then they'll, in their conspiracy section, they'll say everything we just said is apparently a conspiracy theory. The Pritzker family is an American family engaged in entrepreneurship and philanthropy, and one of the wealthiest families in the United States, staying in the top 10 of Forbes magazine, America's richest families, since the magazine began listing such things in 1982. Its fortune arose in the 20th century, particularly through the founding and expansion of the Hyatt Hotel Corporation. So some hotel people, some real estate people, real estate moguls. Family members still largely own Hyatt, and prior to its sale to Berkshire Hathaway, the Marmon Group, a conglomerate of manufacturing industrial service companies, the holdings have also included the Superior Bank of Chicago, so more banks, which collapsed in 2001, the TransUnion Credit Bureau, Braniff Airlines, McCall's Magazine, and Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. The Pritzker family is of Jewish descent and based in Chicago, Illinois. So there you go, the Horklump juice. Family fortune, genealogy, family members' fortunes. There's no conspiracy list on these people, so this is just a rich Chicago family. We'd probably have to look deeper into, what is some of the things that the Pritzker family has done. Pritzker family. Let's do Pritzker family corruption case. 3 troubling things to know about billionaire Penny Pritzker. Oh, there's her with Obama. 3 troubling things to know about billionaire Penny Pritzker. Obama's Commerce Secretary choice raises serious questions. And Obama's from Chicago. So he's friends with the Pritzkers. One of the richest families gets appointed to Obama's Commerce Secretary. Interesting. Despite her business-friendly history, billionaire heir Penny Pritzker, President Obama's nominee for Secretary of Commerce, will likely face standard Republican flack in her Senate confirmation hearings. But progressive Democrats are the ones with real reasons to be upset with her record and that of her family, which is among the wealthiest in America. Here's just a few. Union busting. Pritzker's family businesses have often engaged in anti-union practices. That's kind of based. She is a director of the Hyatt Hotels, which fired and then replaced longtime room cleaners in its Boston hotels with non-union subcontracted workers. Hyatt has refused to settle several contract disputes with Unite Here, some lasting nearly 4 years on terms similar to those accepted by other big hoteliers. Conflicts of interest. The family's $20 billion empire was built on a diverse base of businesses, including Hyatt, Marmon, and TransUnion credit rating, blah, blah, blah. The family has long had a reputation for not only accumulating its wealth through elaborate schemes of tax evasion, including offshore accounts, but also for using its political clout to win favored treatment. For example, community and teacher union critics berated Pritzker, who recently resigned from Chicago Board of Education for supporting the closing of dozens of public schools because of financial pressures. That's kind of based too. At the same time, the highly profitable Hyatt was receiving financial assistance from a tax increment finance fund, a pool of money intended to support blighted neighborhoods in the city. So they're taking the money from the fund that's supposed to take care of the messed up neighborhoods, whose assets effectively have been diverted from support of the schools. Pritzker also has drawn fire for her leading role in promoting privately operated charter schools, including networks of nonprofits to which she has contributed. So, shady business dealings. These Pritzker people and Obama, put her in power. So, the Obama family's dirty. As far as the WEF, we got Klaus Schwab here. Klaus Schwab. How many more we got left? We got to start burning through these. We know about Klaus Schwab. We've talked about Klaus Schwab. World Economic Forum. You'll own nothing and be happy. Agenda 2030. Agenda 21, 70% of production of population by 2030. Agenda 2030 is all about climate change, climate justice, and social justice, and all that stuff. We went through, you can go to the older episodes. We talked about all that stuff. We talked about all that stuff many times before. Controversy with Davos municipality. Schwab sharply criticized the profiteering, complacency, and lack of commitment by the municipality in Davos World Economic Forum annual meeting. He mentioned that the preparation for COVID-related meeting in Singapore had created an alternative to his Swiss hotel and sees the chance that the annual meeting will stay in Davos between 70 blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Schwab, we got Schwab, the three-letter agencies. We got Margaret Chan named one of 50 Newsweek global elites. Newsweek has a list of global elites, and Margaret Chan is on it. Who is Margaret Chan? Margaret Chan is the director of the World Health Organization. Director General Dr. Margaret Chan appears as one of the world's 50 most powerful global figures in Newsweek's The New Global Elite. The cover story: with the global spread of disease more of a threat than ever, Chan represents the world's first line of defense, writes Newsweek. The well-liked leader of the WHO is known for her interest in women's issues and African health. Oh, like when Bill Gates was giving all the Vaselines to those African people and they were dying. But her background is in emerging diseases. As Hong Kong's director of health, she handled the avian flu and SARS. One admirer calls her the James Bond of global health. So she's a spy who kills people. For her work ethic in her circles, she's certainly a rock star. So Margaret Chan, we'll put her on the list. Shout out Dazed and Confused. What the superclass list. So we'll get to this one next. We'll get to this one towards the end. Let's go Bill Gates. What about Bill Gates? What about Bezos, Zuckerberg, Dorsey? Those are your big tech guys. Your Musk, your Gates. Those are your big tech guys. These are your big tech guys. So we talked about the big pharma, the banking families, the oil families, the presidential elite families. And you can add more names to those lists. You can add the Merkels. You can add the Boris Johnsons. You can add the she's not the prime minister of New Zealand anymore, but that lady when she was, all the different rulers of all the different countries, basically. You can put them all on the list. But we got Bill Gates. Bill Gates donating money to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This is what a lot of these rich people will do is they want to be charitable. They want to be looked at as philanthropic. I disavow. What the disavow? What am I? I'm not disavowing anything. What am I disavowing? Anyway, I'm not disavowing anything. Philanthropic. They all want to be philanthropic. So what they do is they start a charity with their own name, and then they donate it to the charity. So then they look like they're really helping people. They get a tax write-off. They could write it off on their taxes as a charitable donation, but they're donating to themselves. So Bill Gates donates a whole lot of money. You know where he donates it to? To the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Duh. Gates was born and raised in Seattle. In 1975, he and Allen founded Microsoft. So he's founded Microsoft since 1987. Gates has been included in the Forbes list of world's wealthiest people. He held the Forbes title of the richest person in the world every year, except from 2010 to 2013. Between 1995 and 2017, he had it every year, except for 2010 to 2013. He was passed in 2017 by Amazon founder and CEO Jeff Bezos, making him the fourth richest person in the world, according to Bloomberg. Early life, I don't care about that. Microsoft, he started Microsoft and IBM. Windows, management style. Let's see if they have a conspiracy section on him. Patents for COVID-19 vaccines. In April 2021, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Gates was criticized for suggesting that pharmaceutical companies should hold on to patents for COVID-19 vaccines. The criticism came due to the possibility of this preventing poor nations from obtaining adequate vaccines. Tara Van Hoe of the University of Essex stated, Gates speaks as if all the lives being lost in India are inevitable, but eventually the West will help, when in reality the US and UK are holding their feet on the neck of developing states by refusing to break intellectual property rights protections. It's disgusting. Yeah, because Gates had a patent on the COVID vaccine way before COVID was even a thing. Isn't that interesting? Donald Trump's Facebook ban. So Bill Gates had a big hand in Donald Trump getting banned on Facebook, which had a big hand in Donald Trump losing the election. So you could say that Bill Gates had a hand in making Donald Trump lose the election. Bill Gates also had COVID had a big hand in making Donald Trump lose the election. Bill Gates also had a patent on the COVID vaccine, but he didn't want other countries to get a hold of it. Before COVID was even a thing, he had a patent on the COVID vaccine. Interesting. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. Finesse 2 times. Talk about the clump juice. Later, MS Warrior. The difference is you hate them, Freddie. I don't hate them. And I think these people might hate them. I don't know if that girl that was on PBD hates Jewish people, but you do, Freddie. And that's what I don't like. You're a hateful person. I can point out that a lot of the elites happen to be Jewish, but I don't think that all Jewish people are evil or all Jewish people are elites trying to enslave the world and take over. I don't believe that. I just think it just so happens that, you know, people who happen to follow one of the oldest and most based religions, because other than the fact that they don't see Jesus as the Messiah, Judaism's pretty based. I agree with they follow the Old Testament. I follow the Old Testament. I believe in the New Testament. They don't believe in the New Testament because they don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. But we pretty much agree on most of the stuff. I think a lot of the tribal laws and the little funny hats that they wear and the not eating, the eating kosher and stuff, I believe all those laws fell away. Those were tribal and ceremonial laws from way back in the day, so we don't really need those laws anymore. And I don't think, I think they're wrong about Jesus. I think Christians are right about Jesus, that he was the chosen one. He was the Messiah. He was who the prophecies foretold. He was the fulfillment of hundreds of prophecies throughout the Old Testament, and they just deny all that blatant evidence. And I don't agree with that, but I don't think Jewish people are evil. And I don't think all Jewish people are like trying to take over the world and do something evil. But it is interesting. I still point out that it is kind of interesting that a lot of these elites are Jewish. I'm just saying. See, the difference between me and you, though, is I don't hate them, Freddie. You do. So, anyway, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett. We got Warren Buffett here. Let's take a look at this guy. Warren Edward Buffett, American business magnate, investor, and philanthropist. They're all philanthropists. They're all quote-unquote philanthropists. A philanthropist is basically somebody who does good deeds with their money. You make a lot of money and you start doing good deeds with it. But there's always an ulterior motive. There's always a reason they're giving away to. They set up the corporations and they give the money to their own corporations, and then they make money off of it in return. So like when Mr. Beast goes and digs wells in Africa, that's philanthropy. When Bill Gates goes and gives a bunch of African tribes vaccines for weird things that end up killing them, that's philanthropy. So all these people are philanthropists. Basically just means you're rich and you're virtue signaling. You're doing charitable deeds with your money because you got more money than you could ever spend in a lifetime. That's what philanthropy means. Forbes breaking news. Epstein threatened to expose Gates' affair. I think I saw that. Actually, who was talking about it this morning? I think Hake was talking about it this morning. That basically Gates was there was this bridge player girl. There was this girl who played bridge, the card game bridge, and Bill Gates slept with her when she was very, very young. He was like 50, I think Crowder was talking about it actually. He was like 50 and she was like 20 something. And then Epstein donated a bunch of money to this girl, to her bridge club. And then years later, he went to Gates and he said, "Hey, you need to pay me the money that I donated to that girl a long time ago. You need to give me that money back. You need to pay me back." And Bill Gates like, "Why would I pay you? for a donation you made to some other girl. And he's like, well, you slept with that girl when she was this age, and I'm going to tell the whole world about it if you don't give me the money. So he's strong, and that's what Epstein did. He would get dirt on these people. Sometimes he would influence the dirt happening. He would take them to the island, get them a little tipsy, and then they sleep with a pretty woman. They get a massage, and they sleep with a pretty woman. Come to find out, that pretty woman is not a woman. She's actually a young girl. She's like 15, 14 years old. But, some of these girls develop at a young age, and they look like adults. And these guys go in a room filled with what they think are 18, 19, 20-year-old women. They're actually 14, 15, 16-year-old women, and they sleep with them. And then Epstein says, hey, guess what? They were all underage, and I had cameras set up. And now we have blackmail on you. We have dirt on you. You're going to do what we tell you to do. And he did that to Bill Gates. So, and that's coming out. J. Edgar Hoover did the same thing. Let's just think they're interesting. Raise the debt ceiling and stay asleep. Raise the debt ceiling, yeah. Did you miss what I said earlier, Freddie? Freddie, if you have a $1,000 credit line with Visa and you borrow all your credit out, you borrow your $1,000 credit limit, and then you can't pay the bill. You're unable to pay the bill. Do you think Visa should just raise your credit limit to $2,000 so you could borrow another $1,000 to pay off that last $1,000? Do you think that makes sense, Freddie? For Visa to do that? Please let me know if you have any common sense or logic in your brain. So we got Warren Buffett. We got the Bilderberg Group where they secret annual meeting attended by the world's elite has AI at the top of the agenda. So the Bilderberg Group is talking about AI right now. A lot of these names meet up at the Bilderberg Group. It's really not that secret. A lot of people know about it. We're talking about it right now. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman will join forces with the key leadership from Microsoft, DeepMind, and Google on Thursday as the secretive Bilderberg meeting kickstarts. Artificial intelligence will be a key focus in talks between members of the business and the political elite in Lisbon, Portugal. The annual Bilderberg event is shrouded in mystery with discussions held behind closed doors and under Chatham House rules. So Bilderberg's talking about, and this is May 18th, so this is a couple days ago, Bilderberg's talking about AI and all these groups tied in with the Illuminati. We got the Illuminati here. Is a name given to several groups, both real and fictitious. We're almost done, guys. Historically, the name usually refers to the Bavarian Illuminati, an Enlightenment-era secret society founded on May 1st, 1776 in Bavaria. The society's stated goals were to oppose superstition, obscurantism, religious influence over public life, and abuses of state power. So they didn't like religious people. And that's why the Freemasons went against them, because part of Freemasonry, which I know a lot of people are against the Freemasons. I've met Freemasons and I've known Freemasons, and the little bit that I know about it, it doesn't seem that bad. I think it's better to just join a church, I guess. But I guess a lot of these elite guys become Freemasons. Somebody who knows more about the Masons would have to tell me about it. But like when I read their basic regular Freemasonry insists that a volume of scripture be open in a working lodge, that every member profess a belief in a supreme being, that no women be admitted, and that discussion of religion and politics not take place within the lodge. So I do agree with the no women admitted. A volume of scripture has to be open in the lodge. That's based. Every member profess a belief in a supreme being. So that's kind of like the AA method, where it's like every God is okay. As long as you know that there is a God. It could be Buddha. It could be Hindu. It could be God. It could be Jesus. It could be Allah. It could be whatever. As long as you believe in a higher power, which it sounds kind of base, but it's actually not. It's actually debased. I don't like that. Why can't it just be God? Why can't it just be the Christian God? So I see the not good things of the Masons, but from talking to Masons, I know they believe in helping your brother. And to move up through the levels, you have to like help your brother and blah blah blah. But once you get to the real high levels, I think a lot of dark and weird stuff starts happening. So probably not good, but I also feel like the Freemasons are like in competition with the Illuminati. So, but in this thing, somewhere in here, it says that the Illuminati had to do with the French Revolution, which makes sense to me. See, origins. Many influential intellectuals and progressive politicians counted themselves as members, including, this is the Illuminati, Ferdinand of Brunswick and diplomat Franz von Zach, who was ordered second in command. It attracted literary men such as Johann Wolfgang von Goethe and Johann Gottfried Herder and reigning Duke of Gotha and Weimar. In subsequent use, Illuminati has been used when referring to various organizations which are led to be continuation of the original Bavarian Illuminati, though these links have not been substantiated. These organizations have been accused of conspiring to control world affairs by masterminding events and planting agents in government and corporations in order to gain political power and influence and establish a new world order. Central to some of the more widely known and elaborate conspiracy theories, the Illuminati are depicted as lurking in the shadows and pulling the strings and levers of power. This view of the Illuminati has found its way into popular culture, appearing in dozens of novels, films, television shows, comics, video games, and music videos. Origins. He was only non-clerical profession institution run by Jesuits, had dissolved, blah, 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 made constant attempts to frustrate anti-clerical, enlightenment, like-minded individuals. Finding Freemasonry expensive and not open to his ideas, he founded his own society, which was to have a system of ranks or grades based on those in Freemasonry, but with his own agenda. His original name for the new order was Bund die Perfektiblitzen, a covenant of perfectibility. He later changed it because it sounded too strange. But where do they talk about the French Revolution? Transition, reform. So we got the Illuminati here. I don't know where that went. I had it. Conflict with Rosicrucians, internal dissent, decline, modern Illuminati. Several recent and present day fraternal organizations claim to be descended from the original, openly use the name Illuminati. Some of these groups use a variation of the name, the Illuminated Order, name of the organization. Others, such as Ordo Templi Orientis, have Illuminati as a grade within their organization's hierarchy. However, there's no evidence that these present-day groups have any real connection to the historical order. Legacy. Mark Dice. Many conspiracy theories propose that world events are being controlled and manipulated by a secret society called the Illuminati. Other theorists contend that a variety of historical events were orchestrated by Illuminati, from the French Revolution, the Battle of Waterloo, and the assassination of U.S. President John F. Kennedy, to an alleged communist plot to hasten the New World Order by infiltrating the Hollywood film industry. So, apparently, if you go to Wikipedia and you read the conspiracy theory section, that's where you get the best summary of all the truth, pretty much. They started the French Revolution. That's what led to the modern gender theory stuff and the sexual revolution and all that mess that they're doing to the kids, the John Money experiments and the Simone de Beauvoir. All that weird stuff came from France and the French Revolution, and that was started by the Illuminati. And now the elites are in the Illuminati. Oh my God, it's all tying together. But yeah, I've known some Masons, and they seemed like pretty cool guys, but they weren't Christian. They weren't Christians. Like, I'd rather you just go to a church, be Christian. Don't join the Masons or the Proud Boys or the Illuminati or any of that stuff. But I've heard bad things about both. I was always of the mind that the Masons were like the opposition to the Illuminati. Like, the Illuminatis were bad and the Masons were good. But come to find out, maybe not so much. But a lot of the founding fathers were Masons. A lot of good men were Masons, but then you find out that they were doing weird, dark stuff in these Masonic temples and weird rituals and stuff, similar to what the Illuminati does. So I don't know. I'd have to look more deep into just these two groups to talk about secret societies. Maybe one day we'll do a whole segment on secret societies, and we'll really dive deep, and I'll do my research beforehand. I didn't plan on talking long about Illuminati and Masons. It was just something we were going to look at that it would pop up. We already read that. So last but not least, we got a list. We got the superclass list from Wikipedia. This is the name of all the richest, most powerful people from all the biggest countries. We got the list. In Australia, Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox, I think his grandkids own it now, is like the richest, is the highest level elite in Australia. So this is the superclass list is a creation of David Rothkopf, which book Superclass, the global power elite in the world they are making, published in 2008. So this is old. This list is from 2008. There are 4 key elements of success that unite the members of the superclass and give them unparalleled power over world affairs. These elements are geography, pedigree, which is your family name. Family name is an important thing. Same thing with kings. Family name is your pedigree. Geography is where you live. Networking is who you know. And luck. I think luck should not even be on this list because it's not a real thing. It's kind of dumb that he put that on there, actually. But geography, pedigree, and networking, yes. I get what they're saying with luck. It's more like just chance, happenstance. It's just things happen. But a show about secret society sounds interesting. Yeah, I'll have to read more because I don't want to sound dumb on that. I sound dumb on it right now. Misappropriation of wealth. Yeah, I hate thieves. Who do you think the debt is owed to? Why would I be mad? Freddie, I'm not an emotional little girl. I don't get mad and hate people because things happen. Bad things happen. Whatever. You need to overcome your anger. You need to forgive your mama and overcome your anger, Freddie. And then you won't hate your enemies. You have to love your enemies. All right, let's read the list. Rupert Murdoch's Australian. We got some in Belgium. I don't really know these names. Brazil, Chile, China. Trying to look for any names that I recognize so far. I don't recognize any of these names. France, Nicolas Sarkozy. I've heard of that name. Nicolas Sarkozy. President of France, Pascal Lamy. Germany, Angela Merkel. So see, I told you she would be on it. Echo, what are you doing? Angela Merkel. Who else? We got a bunch of Indian people. You know there are going to be a lot of Indian people on it. But I don't know any of these names. So a lot of these names we just don't know. We probably know the ones that is going to sound the most familiar to us, the American ones. We got Kenya, Wangari, Matari. Oh, what the? Like, some of these people don't look like elites, but they're on the list. Sabah Al-Ahmed, Al-Jaber, Al-Sabah. Mario Molina. I've heard of Molina before. Mario Molina Henriquez. But also, these names are just people who pay taxes. Like, there's other organizations and groups, and we didn't even get to the corporations that profit off the military-industrial complex, but there's people who are elites who nobody knows their name because they don't pay taxes. Maybe they run crime families, cartels, things like this. So they're still elites. North Korea, we got Kim Jong-un. He made the list. Ho Ching in Singapore. Nelson Mandela, deceased in 2013. So he did, but he was on the list. Sweden. We got some people from Sweden. United Kingdom, Mike Turner. Richard Branson. So Richard Branson, I own stock in Virgin Galactic, which is his parabolic flight company, basically space flights for citizens. And He's losing the race, unfortunately. I invested wrong because Elon's doing it and Bezos is also doing it. But Richard Branson is Virgin Records owner. He owns an island. He's one of the elites. And he's working on parabolic flights where they fly up out of the atmosphere or to low Earth orbit and then they come down. Basically, it's space travel. Space travel for citizens. For citizens, a ticket is $300,000. So the average person isn't going to be able to get on it anytime soon. But eventually, if it's commercialized, that stock is going to take off. That stock is going to pop, baby. If they commercialize spaceflight, good stuff, JS. You learned a few more things today. Last but not least, the U.S. Oprah Winfrey is number 2. She's on the list. Indra Nuyu, I don't know who that is. Al Gore is number 4 on the list. Al Gore, Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know who Steve Case is. Michael Bloomberg is on the list. So he's rich. Lots of names. We got Gates here. We got Warren Buffett here. Jerry Yang. I don't know who that guy is, but he looks weird. Oh, that's Yahoo. Taiwanese American billionaire. Co-founder and former CEO of Yahoo. Henry Paulson. His name is Mike Paulson. What was that guy's name? Gotta have stocks. Joshua Bolton. The Pope. The Vatican. We didn't talk about the Vatican. We'd have to, if we do secret societies, we'll have to talk about the Vatican too. The Illuminati, the Masons, and the Vatican. But Pope Benedict XVI with the weird hat. So that's it. There's the list. We went through all the names. We called them out by name. We called them all out. We called out the elites. I think it was a pretty comprehensive look at the elites that are destroying the country. And they all hate Trump. They all hate Trump. That's how you know he's based. But that's it. That's all I got, guys. It's 10:30. I got to end this show. Let me find a song to end on so I can say goodbye because I'm tired. I'm tired like a mug. I'm exhausted. I need to get some sleep. His name is Robert Paulson. Yes. I don't know if I have a closing song something to listen to. Dontarius. Oh, Alex Stein brought freaking Dontarius to the fish tank. And he was smoking crack. He got kicked out. That's funny. All right. We'll play the one that I was going to play from Bryson, the new one. It's called 7 Days. I've never heard it, I don't think. As I say goodbye to everybody. Guys, it's been a good show. Thank you for hanging out. God bless everybody. Monday night, kicking the week off right. Dreaded Conservative show.
God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. The Word of God was hovering over the face of the water.
Looked like a Drake.
And God said, "Let there be light."
Looks like a Drake video.
First day, created light in the dark. Second day, he created heaven and the water. Third day, he created earth and the seas. He created fruit and the plants.
Nighty night, John Paul.
Days when he did the moon and the sun. Fifth day, fish and the birds when done. Yeah, sixth day, he created animals, the man.
Thanks for watching, guys. Monday night, kick the week off right. World's crazy place. I just report on it. Dreaded Conservative show. Hit the like button on your way out. I'll catch you guys next week. 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, every week. And we got to get some more Zelda in. I'm hooked on Zelda. That Zelda game is amazing. I'm hooked on it.
On the 7th day rested.
On the 7th day rested.
Hallowed it and blessed it. Yeah. And I hope you get the message, because if not, then what you left with, you guessed it. With these churches preaching lies, it's a gimmick. They try to flip the script and make God in the image. It's the other way around, but somehow they always missing. And then you get hated if you stand up and go against it. But I'm with it. It's not about the fame, because if it was, why would I lose fans for his name?
Dean's still giving Stubborn one compliments for something that happened like 6 months ago.
Being in the crowded lane. Okay. Nowadays, right is wrong and wrong is right.
Later, Dean. Stubborn one, be wise. D. John Paul, Jeff Hewitt, Freddie. MS Warrior. That other Skip Toast or whatever. Shout out. Who's that? Wait, I just saw another name in there. Tatesh Lee. Tampa. Tatesh Lee. Shout out.
First day he created light in the dark. Second day he created heaven in the
Thank you guys for
water.
watching RB. Shout out. Sorry, baby Yoda.
He created fruit and the plant shouldn't see it. Fourth day he created moon and the sun. Fifth day fish and the birds, we ain't done yet. Sixth day he created animals, the man on the seventh day rested. Yeah.
I like it.
God said, let there be light.
Your words tickle my fancy sometimes. All right, good night, guys. Have a good night. God bless. I'll see you next week. Make sure you catch the show next week. We'll play some more Zelda for sure throughout the week.
I work for Black